session yet. We expect them to come out anytime soon. So we ask for your patience. Thank you so much.
Sorry we're late back from closed session, but we are back from closed session. So roll call, please.
Thank you. Councilmember Narenheim?
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein?
Here.
Councilmember Horvath?
Here.
Councilmember Obaji? Councilmember MD? Mayor Brand?
Here.
Do I see them on here yet? We do have a quorum present. The record shows currently that Councilmember MD and Councilmember Obaji is absent at this time.
Okay. As I said, folks, we just got out of closed session, so people are rushing over. Do we have any announcements from closed session, Joe?
Well, first of all, to clarify, we had all council members present in closed session. We completed closed sessions F1 and F3, did not do closed sessions F2 or F4. In addition to the attendees I announced earlier, we had outside counsel Anthony Nash and John Wellner present. And those are the only reportable information from the closed session.
Okay, thank you, Joe. I'm seeing if Councilmember MD or Obaji have joined us yet. There's Councilmember Obaji and
Here.
MD's not quite here yet. Stalling, Councilmember MD. Okay, well, let's get started. All right, well, motion to adjourn from closed session to a regular meeting.
Motion to adjourn
from closed session to a regular.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion by Councilmember Narenheim, second by Councilmember Obaji. Any objections? Okay, so order. Well, now I'd like to call to order a regular meeting of the City Council. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Narenheim?
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein?
Here.
Councilmember Horvath?
Here.
Councilmember Obaji?
Here.
Councilmember MD? The record shows at 6:17 she's not arrived yet. And Mayor Brand.
Okay, here. Thank you. Let's all rise and salute the flag. Got a beautiful flag sitting there. Okay, you ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands,
one nation,
under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Take a moment of silence. Sorry, I forgot to say that. Okay, thank you, folks. With that, I guess we'll move to announcements. Councilmember Narenheim.
Thank you, Mayor Brand. Yeah, I've got a couple announcements actually. First of all, this weekend is a busy, exciting weekend. So in along the beaches here, we've got to swim the avenues on Sunday morning. There's a half mile and a 1 mile open water swim starting at the Del Mar bathrooms, Burnouts. If you know where Burnouts is, the bathrooms between that splits Redondo Torrance. There's also both a wetsuit and non-wetsuit divisions in there. So if you want to go for a quick jaunt through the water for half mile or a little bit longer, a mile, come on down. Registration is still open. It just went up by a few bucks, but the village runner, Mike Ward, and all those guys who are running that are still taking applicants. So it's a great swim. Come on down and please join. To that effect, we have another swim on October 2nd, open water swim for mental health. I'll talk about that a little bit later on the agenda tonight. That's going to be on October 2nd. I also have on Saturday my in-person community meeting. It will be outside at the corner of the parking lot at Alta Vista, right where we usually have been doing it. And there's a little new twist this time. We'll have a new tree there. It'll be Kelly's tree. It's a palm tree, newly planted, and it'll be right there like we normally do. I'll get to that in a second. I also have an online meeting Monday night at 6:30. We have a special guest from traffic coming down and talking about some speed improvements, speed bumps at Alta Vista. So a lot on the agenda for this weekend, 2 community meetings. And speaking of the Reed's driveway, big community event, we had a nice ribbon cutting ceremony today. Unfortunately, I didn't get the photos from that yet. I'd love to show that, but the Reeds got their driveway back today, actually the last couple of weeks. And I really want to thank Ted Simon, Mike Klein, the guys over at Public Works who actually installed the driveway. They used a really cool system. Instead of redoing all the concrete, they cut the concrete, saved them about a week's worth of time. I want to thank Roy, like I said, Mike Klein, all the Public Works guys. In fact, when they were starting the work, I was driving down El Camino, and I saw a palm tree in a front loader at Alta Vista as I was driving by, and I looked down and I knew exactly where that cape was coming from. So thank you, Public Works, for trying to save that tree, move it, know it as Kelly's tree. It's excellent. This is what local governance is about, getting that driveway back to the family. As you know, Kelly is a semi-paraplegic in a wheelchair, and her dad has done a phenomenal job for the years dealing with just getting her in and out of the car. And it's absolutely phenomenal. We had a great ribbon cutting ceremony today. It was really cool to see. So thank you to staff and council members who helped move that forward. Really appreciate that. It's been an enormous effort. The other thing I want to talk about real quick, it's our responsibility as council members to go out and do continuing education. And this last week, there was an event called Independent Cities Association, which the city Redondo Beach is a part of. And we had our annual summer seminar in August. Usually it's in July. I'm actually the president-elect of the organization. It's a 501c3. It's a collection of multiple cities that do educational events, winter and summer, amongst a couple other items, online events. And there were multiple seminars. And the one that I held was actually public-private partnerships, how not to do it, some lessons learned. And I want to thank Mike Wazanski for coming up and being a part of that particular one. We had a great, really, really good collection of individuals. We had the city attorney from the city of Carson, and she talked about the city of Carson public-private partnership debacle. And one thing I learned by going to this is the city of Carson, on their brownfield, their old landfill, they opened up a joint powers agreement between the cities. So they insulated themselves as an LLC, the same way a private partnership does. So that offered them a tremendous amount of legal liability, legal leeway, I should say. And they got sued for $88 million, and they won. And they're dealing with the cleanup of that public-private partnership. They learned a lot from us, and vice versa. We talked about some other public-private partnerships in the state. And we had an attorney that dealt with the legal side for the private side. So really good. Mayor Brand was there, Councilman Lowenstein was there, Councilman Baji was there. It's great to hang out and meet a lot of other elected officials from around the LA County area, and really appreciated everyone coming up. It takes a lot to organize that event. It's a volunteer-led effort, and a lot of different elected officials from around the county put this on. And Larry Cosmont was there. He gave some great seminar speeches. So we learned a lot. Really appreciate it. And thank you. That's it.
Okay, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, I want to second a number of the points that Councilmember Nierenheim made and congratulate him on a very good ICA. That was probably one of the best ones I've been to in terms of what you've learned in each of those sessions. They were excellent. All of them were really top notch and pretty good attendance too. So also with the Reeds, I'm just ecstatic that we were able to make it work for them, and a long time in coming, but as a family, it's been through a lot even over the last couple of years. And so I'm really glad that, Councilman Nierenheim really pushed it forward. So thank you on behalf of the residents of Redondo. The next District 2 community meeting will be on Monday, September the 20th, 6 to 7:30 on Zoom. And I'm working on getting a special guest. So I'm confirming that soon. So hopefully that'll happen, but I'll have it posted on my council page on redondo.org in terms of registration and where to. I'll also send an email out to constituents in District 2. So if you want to be invited, send an email to my address at redondo.org. And finally, I really want to commend RBPD for stepping up for the incident that happened on the pier 2 weeks ago. That was quite an amazing thing that they did, running right towards everything that was happening, putting them in. Chief Kaufman, I want to thank you on behalf of the residents and the council and the mayor. What you guys did was amazing. You prevented much more serious outcomes. And, while none of us want to see someone die, what you guys did was heroic. And I want to thank you. And I want to thank the other responding police departments in the area for coming here and really protecting our residents and our visitors. So thank you on behalf of the city. So that's it for me. Thank you.
Did you want to comment at all, Keith, on that, or?
No, I too would like to thank my own department for their response. It was extremely heroic. They did exactly what they were supposed to do. They're put through quite the traumatic incident, but that's what they trained for. And we really appreciate all the well wishings from the community and the council and everybody's support. And that's why they do what they do, because they feel that support. So thank you guys very much for that. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, the whole community feels that way, as you know, Keith. Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, I second Todd's comments to the chief and the PD. That was an amazing effort. My announcements, simply community meeting for this month will be on Thursday, the 16th from 6 to 7:30 p.m. That will be virtual. And our topic will be cannabis here in Redondo Beach. The Beach Life Festival is happening this weekend. I'm sure everybody's aware of it, but just throwing it out there that it is happening. They're not requiring masks, but they are recommending them. So everybody stay safe. And then 9/11 is the 20th anniversary of 9/11 is happening on Saturday as well. And I don't think we're closing tonight's meeting in memory of anyone, but I would recommend that we close maybe in memory of those lost on 9/11 tonight. That's it.
Okay, Councilmember Obaji.
Hi. Just wanted to echo what Councilmember Lowenstein said regarding the police department. Thank you. And my heart goes out to the police officers involved in the officer-involved shooting, because I've done a lot of reading, a book called On Killing, written by an Army Ranger psychiatrist, and about how difficult it is to kill somebody, and also the repercussions of having to do so. So my heart goes out to those folks. I hope they get the treatment they deserve if they need any. I wanted to give a shout out, it's been a while, to Cameron Harding, our community services director. There was a individual during COVID named Ryan who was teaching at Perry Park, teaching music to little kids. So kids aged from like 1 to 5 would come out with their nannies, parents, and just hang out at the park and learn music. And eventually the city cracked down and said, hey, you need a business license, so on and so forth. So Ryan disappeared. Well, I eventually got in touch with him. I asked Cameron, hey, could you possibly get this guy back on board teaching, because it's a great service that's provided to kids in the park to get them oriented with music. And within a day, Cameron Harding texted me, said, we got Ryan on board. He's filling out the paperwork. He's 2 steps away essentially from completing his paperwork. I just touched base with Ryan, and he is a business license now away from everything he needs to be an official city vendor or a service provider at the park. So really proud of that. And I think it should spread to other parks, because I've got a 1-year-old now who can shake the pom-poms or shake little rattlers when she's listening to live music because of that program at the park. So happy to see it continue. And I've got continued many thanks to Public Works. I forgot there was something specific I wanted to thank you about, but the newspaper racks are getting removed on Artesia Boulevard, and people have asked for that for a very long time. It's being noticed. So thank you, Public Works. It's the little things on a narrow sidewalk like that make a big difference. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Obaji. Councilmember Emdy.
Thank you to RBPD for all you do, including, besides the big tragic event, you also do the everyday stuff, the catalytic converters that you caught the people stealing those. Just that same day that you had made your announcement of catching people who had stolen the catalytic converters, there was somebody who posted on Nextdoor about getting theirs stolen at the Home Depot parking lot in Hawthorne in the middle of a Saturday morning. So they're quite brazen on it. And one of the reasons why the police were able to catch the people who were stealing catalytic converters in Redondo is there was a resident who saw something and called. So, hashtag see something, say something. And if you don't mind, I'd like to just share a little moment that happened in District 5 that was kind of fun. And see if you can see this. Can you see the picture of what that is?
Oh, yeah.
It's a couch on top of the bathroom at Delpage Park. So apparently, I thought it was very resourceful of people to get it up there, but our Public Works was able to take it down. But just, a couple of people had sent me a picture saying, huh. So anyway, I just wanted to kind of.
Like a nice prank, somebody.
So it's quite a bit of ingenuity.
Party.
And I guess they needed more time. And yes, 20th anniversary of 9/11, we do have a great remembrance there at City Hall. And anyway, I just want to make sure that we do something to, just to remind people that it is the 20th anniversary. And that's it. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. It's been 3 weeks since we had a council meeting. And during that 3-week period, I am a proponent of a statewide initiative that we filed August 25th to make zoning and land use community affairs. So a lot of people know what SB 9, SB 10, and they know about all these housing bills that have been coming out of Sacramento for the better part of 5 years that have been stripping, agencies like City of Redondo Beach and frankly, every city and county all over California of their ability to control how much development, particularly residential, is added to their town, where and what kind. And people are just sick of it. I mean, I've been advocating against these bills for over 3 years, really more than 3 years, as have many elected officials up and down the state. And this latest SB 9 and 10, which just passed up in the state legislature and is now sitting on Governor Newsom's desk, eliminates single-family zoning. SB 9. There will be no more single-family zoning in the entire state of California. And every single-family parcel could be, the owner could request for a lot split, and then on each lot could be 2 to 3 units. So you're hearing a lot of erroneous information come out about it, that it's a quote unquote duplex bill. We're just simply going from single family homes to 2 on a lot. Never mind that you can have an ADU on each parcel or maybe even a junior ADU. So it's not a duplex bill, SB 9. It's at least 4, maybe as many as 6 units, where there is 1 now. So the impacts of that are just tremendous. And so, and the polling shows 70% of the California residents are against it when they understand it. So anyway, that's just the latest, and there'll be more. There's absolutely more lined up for next year. One of them eliminates minimum parking standards. It eliminates a city within half a mile of a bus stop with a certain frequency to not be able to set minimum parking standards. That was this year, it's AB 1401. It'll be back as something else next year. It didn't get traction this year, but it was something else last year. And so these little piecemealings that you see going on are eliminating local communities' ability to control what goes on in their town. So myself and 4 other proponents filed a statewide initiative with the Attorney General on August 25th. It's currently in the 30-day comment period. You can go look that up, check that out. And it's going to be expensive, but it's a citizen-led group. And we're going to be fighting to get signatures, get it on the ballot, get support. And I gave a presentation at the ICA conference, Independent Cities Association, that Councilmember Narenheim and Lowenstein mentioned. It went off really well. I got huge positive response from that. And lots of council members and mayors writing me from other towns, how do we support it? So it's going to be huge. if we raise the money to get going. So we're working on that. And so, yeah, there you go. There is an answer to what's been going on in Sacramento. Advocacy clearly has not worked. So we've tried all that. And this is our best efforts, really, to put decisions such as this back at the local community where they belong. I mean, the idea that Sacramento is going to rezone the entire state and just leave us to pick up the pieces is just absurd. And every local elected official I've talked to so far agrees it's best done at the local level. So anyway, with that, I apologize, we're into 6:35. We're hoping to be beyond this, but that's just kind of the way it goes. We had a lot of announcements tonight. Next up is a presentation by Robert Thompson from California Water Service regarding the drought conditions and water conservation measures. This is something that was hotly talked about up at the ICA. Everybody's very concerned about the coming rationing, and this looks to be the worst drought ever. So glad to have Robert Thompson here with California Water Service, who, as most of you who pay your water bill see, that goes to California Water. So Robert, it's all yours. Thanks for coming on. And I see your smiling picture there. So there we go. Good evening, Robert. You're on mute.
Yep. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, council members, city staff. Happy to be here. Was hoping to have a more of a conversation as opposed to death by PowerPoint. So be mindful. I'll try and stumble through my little notes here. Had a very eventful, call it week and weekend. I'm not sure if you guys have seen the French fire and the advancements and containment that's been going on up in the Lake Isabella area. Cal Water has a couple of water systems up there that we've been moving to support, and luckily it's moving away from our system. But it's kind of one of the fun things that we get to do for our Cal Water sister districts. So if you don't know me, my name is Robert Thompson, Operations Manager for our Hermosa Redondo system. We've been serving the area since 1927. We got about 27,000 service connections, about 97,000 people, give or take. And Hermosa Redondo's the internal nomenclature for the area, the Hollywood Riviera part in Torrance, Redondo Beach, and all of Hermosa Beach that we serve. And just some fun metrics like to toss out there to give folks who might not be aware of the sense of scale of what is a water system. There's 216 miles of water main underground right now. And we provide about 250 to 350 million gallons per month to the customers in the water system that we provide. So just think of 350 million gallon milk jugs floating around, and that's how much water that is provided on a monthly basis. The supply is made up of groundwater, which is treated at a centralized treatment plant in North Redondo, and then the rest is made up of purchased water from West Basin Municipal Water District, who gets their water from Metropolitan Water District. Additionally, recycled water is used throughout the area and hopefully will be expanded in the coming years. So, as Mayor Brand mentioned, need to touch on the related conservation efforts and programs that we have going on here at Cal Water, but also wanted to kind of dovetail that into us as utility contending with public safety power shutoffs and its impact on reliability and supply in the area. And then just kind of an interesting complication as it relates to the global supply chain shortfalls that everyone across the world has been recognizing as a result of the COVID pandemic.
Robert, did you mean to be sharing a PowerPoint?
Oh no, just
Okay.
Didn't have enough time to toss a real interesting one together, so I'll spare you the pain. But on July 8th, we had an executive order by Gavin Newsom that called on all Californians to voluntarily reduce their water usage by 15% as compared to their 2020 usage. So we've already been voluntarily reducing our water consumption throughout the entire area by 20%. And we had that executive order to voluntarily increase that. Again, under the auspices that this is, as Mayor Brand mentioned, one of the worst droughts that we're anticipating yet. That was then met by METS, our wholesaler agency, calling all water agencies under their purview to adopt public awareness campaigns, here we are, and adopt additional measures tailored to their own local constituencies. As such, and again, the continual effort of our conservation department, we've managed to maintain steady levels of customer participation in our conservation programs, which is fantastic. Specifically regarding the drought, what have we done so far? We're continually monitoring the drought conditions in all of our service territories across the state, of which there are 26, as far north as Chico, and then down here in the beach cities in the peninsula. We've established an internal drought response committee that monitors the change in regulations, requirements, and any new guidance that's pushed out from regulating bodies. We're closely coordinating our drought response efforts with other water agencies, a la West Basin and Met. We're following protocols that have been outlined in our adopted water shortage contingency plan. And luckily we haven't escalated to the higher echelons of that plan, but following them nonetheless. And then most importantly, and while we're here today, we're promoting our conservation program and the messaging to our customers. We've partnered with our customers to achieve extremely impressive water savings during the last several years, and we intend to do so moving forward. The number one resource, and I'll repeat it a couple of times, that anyone can go to understand what we can provide them in terms of conservation, it's relatively simple. calwater.com/conservation. So that's calwater.com/conservation. It'll ask you what territory you're in. The territory down here in the South Bay is referred to colloquially as Rancho Dominguez. But if that is too complicated, even easier, you can email CalWater at conservation@calwater.com. So those two avenues can answer nearly any one of your conservation related questions, or we can definitely point our shared constituencies in that direction. So what does a conservation program mean? What do we do? What can we provide? We have rebates on high efficiency appliances and devices, and that's typically the most interesting thing. And that includes high efficiency toilets, high efficiency clothes washing machines, smart irrigation controllers, and high efficiency sprinkler nozzles. And depending on how much you qualify for, you could get up to $300 for a new washing machine if it qualifies. And again, you want to go back to the calwater.com/conservation website to make sure that you do qualify, so you're not needlessly spinning your wheels. There's also conservation kits that are widely available, and that typically includes a garden hose nozzle, so something you screw onto your hose at home so that when you're washing your car, for example, and you let go of the nozzle, it automatically shuts off. That's a real cheap and easy conservation effort as opposed to putting the hose down, scrubbing off the gunk in your car and keeping it running into the street. We definitely don't want that anymore. But also includes high efficiency shower heads, faucet aerators for your kitchen sink and restrooms, and a lot of educational resources to boot. Those programs can be done on the residential level as well as the commercial level. And depending, again, with the economies of scale, if you have a business and you're replacing 4 toilets and you want to upgrade into a high efficiency toilet, you can tend to get a little bit more money, a little bigger bang for your buck, which is great. So those are the immediate near-term conservation programs that are available to our customer base. And again, calwater.com/conservation or conservation@calwater.com is an email address if you have questions. But on the back end, there's several plans that have been put into action, submitted to the state to make sure that we're not only focusing on the near term, that we're focusing on the long term. One of which is our urban water management plan. It's a plan that projects out water supply needs over the course of 25 years, and it's required to be updated every 5 years thereafter. Elements of this plan include supply and demand analysis and projections in both dry years, normal years, and multiple dry years to make sure that all the bases are covered in terms of being able to provide safe, reliable supply to the communities that we serve. And essentially, to boil it down, it's a 485-page document. More than welcome to read it. It's on the CalWater website as well. But the key takeaway is that supply is projected to be sufficient for another 25 years. And again, we update it on a 5-year rolling basis. Another real integral part, and again, this ties back to the humongous conservation effort that's been, oh, I see Nils' hand is up. Not sure if he has a question.
Yeah,
Go ahead, Nils.
Just real quick. You said 25 years our supplies are sufficient, but yet I'm looking at, Shasta, Oroville, 37%, 10%, 20% of capacity, Lake Mead, and then they just released some other reservoir that's like at 20% capacity. What happens if we don't get water this year? I guess answer that question later. I guess I don't know if you're going to go down that path.
So currently, again, we partner with West Basin and Metropolitan Water District to ensure that supply can be met. There's various levels of response in terms of the supply that Met gets and our own adjudicated groundwater basin. So it depends on, call it, the level of severity, but all signs and especially the analysis that's been completed as part of the two extremely important plans, the Water Shortage Contingency Plan and the Urban Water Management Plan. All signs point to a relatively well safeguarded source of supply. Not to say that we won't need to conserve or potentially have the governor enact emergency conservation measures. But in terms of the long-term projection, we're in a relatively stable place.
Yeah. Okay.
And by all means, if you got a question, interject. This was definitely wanted to go have a back and forth, and then also open up for questions at the end too.
Well, maybe just go ahead and wrap it up, Robert, and then we'll see if we got any questions.
Sounds good. So in terms of conservation usage in 2020, we hit our target numbers. We reduced our gallons per capita per day usage to the target numbers that the state set out. We actually did a little bit better than what was required. So we're going to keep pushing forward, keep preaching conservation, both on the residential level as well as the commercial level, industry, small business, what have you. And in terms of the impact that conservation has had to date, the conservations that we've put forth in 2020, calendar year 2020, that is, we've already recognized a savings of 21 million gallons of water consumed. So that's pretty big in terms of the amount of outreach that 1 year can have, especially all things considered during COVID. Conservation programs that have been implemented since 2011 are projected to result in a lifetime cumulative savings of 1.4 billion with a B gallons of water. So absolutely huge savings over the lifetime, and that includes irrigation, fixture replacements, all of that, those general usage in and out of the home. And I see, Todd, you got a question.
I do. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Previous conservation programs have basically penalized those people that have not met the savings based on a year-to-year schedule versus penalizing people that overuse water. So, for example, people in small townhouses that use 5 or 10% more than last year get really hit hard. Yet somebody who lives in a large mansion on half an acre or an acre of land doesn't get penalized because they're not using any more or less than they were the year before. And I'm hoping that you guys really seriously consider this, because I know that's very unfair to people. It should be based on not necessarily the year before, but it should be based on overuse of water. And that doesn't accommodate this. If you guys have that potential to do that type of a program, I would highly encourage you to do that. And I've heard from a number of people, they thought it was very unfair how this was enacted and really hit people hard in the pocketbook. So I would encourage you to seriously reconsider this. It's going to take effort from both small and large users of water to conserve water. And, that shouldn't be on the backs of people that don't use a lot of water. It should be on the backs of people that use a lot of water. So I was wondering if you could comment on that, Robert.
No, definitely. And again, philosophically, I 100% agree. I do know that across the state, water utilities, when they had to implement, don't necessarily like the term, but water rationing or those associated penalties, a lot of folks missed the mark. I can say with confidence that the customer service and conservation teams here at Cal Water are assessing water usage on an individualized basis tied to that property. And then any kind of bracketed metrics around that we are supposed to stay within. Again, it's individualized. It's more custom tailored to that property. So a townhouse that typically uses, call it maybe 7,000 to 10,000 gallons a month for a typical family of 4. It should stay that it should reflect that accurately, as opposed to the estates over on the hill here that have a nice garden, for example.
Can I ask you about that, Robert?
No, most definitely.
Yeah, you talked about an average townhouse with a family of 4 using 710 gallons a month. And then, I mean, the reality is we're going to go into rationing. I don't think there's any question. And to Councilmember Lowenstein's point, I brought this up many years ago in the previous drought when Cal Water came and spoke at one of my district meetings, that it would be much more fair to base water usage on, for instance, how many bedrooms there were or how many people lived in the household, which I don't think that's going to happen, right? I mean, you're basically just going to look at a townhome, for example, how much water they use, and then what was required before was a 20% reduction. It was required. And if you didn't get that reduction, then you paid a lot more money for additional water over what you should have reduced to. And so that usage was based on the previous year's usage.
No, correct. And in order to have, call it a data-backed approach, we have to have some baseline number of usage. And at least we're tailoring it on a site-specific averages as opposed to, call it demographic usage.
What does that mean?
It's a little more targeted, hopefully.
What does that mean? So what specific target are you shooting at?
As I understand it, I can definitely circle back with you, Bill, offline, and bring in my conservation team so they can comment more specifically on the approach that'll be developed should we need to, call it, transition into rationing. But as far as I'm aware and what I've been led to believe, which I'll preface it by saying I could be misinformed because it is changing relatively rapidly, is that it'll be tailored to each address will have its own specific targets based on that one address's historical usage. And the usage, I believe, is a floating window over the course of the last 12 months. So it's not necessarily tied to a calendar year. It kind of rolls. So it takes into account the fluctuations in water usage over the course of the year, the summer months versus the winter months.
Yeah, so the answer really is, I mean, Todd, the California Water Service is not going to do a census approach where how many people live in that house or how many bedrooms there are. They're just going to look at previous usage, and it's going to be required to have a 20% reduction. So the unfairness you mentioned is going to continue. They are not capable of counting how many people are in a household and how much they should actually be using on a per person basis. It's just not going to happen. I mean, realistically. So,
well, somebody's using 10,000 gallons a month and somebody else is using 100,000 gallons a month. 10% reduction is substantially, I mean, that's really what should happen versus say the way they're doing it. And I just thought it was very unfair the way it was done. People were penalized if they weren't huge users of water, but they cut back. And I realize it's kind of micro managing, but I also think that people that water their lawns constantly and don't conserve water are the ones that really should be addressed on this, not the people that aren't cutting back that are cutting back in their townhouses. I mean, it just doesn't seem right. So
the trick will be in implementing that philosophy, which, in the past, I brought this up with Cal Water and we encouraged them to do that. I'm sure other council members did. It didn't happen. It's too much measuring. And as I said, maybe they can find some outrageous users and do something about that. I just want everybody to manage their expectations that you're going to be required to reduce your water usage based on what you used before. So those of you who have been saving water, guess what? You're basically going to get punished because those who've been wasting water, it's going to be much easier for them to reduce their use than those who have already been saving. And Just warning you that it's going to be the same thing all over again. I'll be shocked if it's
Well,
not.
I definitely hate to put the cart before the horse in terms of call it our collective expectations, but I do think that this is a perfect segue again into touting the availability of the conservation programs out there. What little we could save, and me for example, I live in an apartment here in Redondo Beach. I can drink less tap water and maybe drink more at work and try my best, but it is difficult. I definitely sympathize with you there. But also for the homeowners that with the call it massive estates in Palos Verdes and elsewhere, the smart controller, the irrigation change outs, those fixture rebate programs that are afforded to everyone equally out there, can call it make that transition, should we move there and towards in terms of rationing, all that slightly more easier. And let's see. So we touched on some conservation metrics, and definitely a good question and valid concern in terms of the impact, the bill impact that were recognized historically. And I kind of wanted to wrap up the conservation talk again. Really encourage all of our constituents to go to calwater.com/conservation. It has everything kind of wrapped up in a pretty little bow for everyone to weigh out the options and see which ones they would like to take advantage of. And just very briefly, moving away from conservation, wanted to touch on public safety power shutoffs and call it Cal Water's emergency preparedness. We've gone through a handful now where Edison or the Cal ISO required large power users to shut off their equipment, which is very difficult in a water system. So we've mobilized emergency generators. We have generators essentially on standby to make sure that we can operate continuously and uninterrupted. We've been pushing out social media campaigns, recommending people refresh their earthquake kits at home, and ideally have people save at least 1 gallon of water per day and set that aside in the case of an emergency. And I myself, over the weekend, kind of took Cal Water's own advice. I refreshed my earthquake kit, realized that some of the stuff that was in there, most notably the first aid kit, was expired. A lot of the stuff was dried out and unusable, and in an emergency, we don't want that. So we have a very active social media campaign recommending people kind of go through their own planning. Additionally, we have routine training on emergency preparedness, and we'll be reaching out to the city, both city staff and council members, to see if anyone would like to participate in an upcoming Community Emergency Operations Center exercise and training. Kind of give people a peek behind the curtain on how Cal Water coordinates and communicates with local agencies, fire, police, emergency services, to make sure that we can provide as best of a service as we can to the community. And then we got a bunch of projects on deck, and I really want to thank Ted Simon and his team on helping us usher both main replacement projects, building projects throughout the city to make sure we can maintain our aging infrastructure and have as little of an impact to the community as we possibly can. So kind of on that note, definitely wanted to wrap it up and entertain any and all questions again out there. And Bill specifically and Council Member Lowenstein, I can circle back internally with my team, hopefully get a little bit more of a better answer in terms of the rationing and the back end approach on how that's classified and further the conversation there. I want to get you guys as best of an answer as I possibly can.
Okay, thank you, Robert. Really appreciate it. Councilmember Obaji.
Robert, thank you for being here. So obviously, while you're talking and telling us to go to Cal Water Conservation, I decided to do that. And if we go there and you click on residential, select your district for rebates, it seems like there's nothing available for Redondo Beach. And I was trying to wrap my head around, like, is Redondo Beach part of Bakersfield, Antelope Valley, any of these places? No, just absolutely nothing for us.
Yeah, it's part of Rancho Dominguez. It's a weird internal term. I'm not sure why they haven't pulled it out. And I actually I have a note here. I got a meeting tomorrow with my conservation manager. I'm going to have that change just so it's a little more apparent that, hey, this is Hermosa Beach, this is Redondo Beach. Just to make it a little easier.
Parenthetical, so our residents can know that when they go there, because I was a little lost on that. Another question I have for you is, when you're talking about growth, and kind of the growth and use of water that's expected, did you have any projections as to what the population growth is going to be? Or is there any assumption of what the population growth is going to be here?
There were assumptions made in terms of population growth that are fed into the urban water management plan. I can't remember what that is off the top of my head. The consultants that we hired to throw those together and vet all those numbers and run the statistical models to feed into the plan took care of the heavy lifting, much smarter than I am. But what I can recall from the plan specifically is that projected growth in terms of population and projected water usage over the course of the next 25 years is to remain largely flat, if not peter down just a little bit with the advent of both restrictions and conservation programs.
Okay, and finally, I saw a social media thing about 1 gallon of to conserve or save up in a bottle of drinking water, about 1 gallon per person per day in a household. How likely is it that we face an event where we have to kind of go to our stores of water for drinking water? From a standpoint of
not to brag, but no, our system is extremely hardened. That's one of the things that I focus on specifically, is to make sure that what's referred to as our production side is well maintained and will hopefully sustain significant emergency events like an earthquake, tsunami, things of that nature. So 1 gallon per person per day recommendation is from the CDC, which is, you know, what we like to fall in line with. And that's, again, just to have it as an emergency reserve. So I live alone, 3 days, 3 gallons. It's a little cumbersome, so not too bad. For a family of 4 or more, that's definitely a lot of water to have on hand, but it stems from the CDC's recommendation.
Right.
In terms of resiliency of the system, not only is the Cal Water system hardened here locally on the coast, but if there was a significant event that, took out the storage tank that's on the corner of 190th and Prospect right there next to the nursery, we have response measures in place to mobilize and do immediate triage, just kind of like our friends over in fire and police, triage the area, make it safe, and then immediately affect repairs or potentially reroute water. Even though we're on the coast, you know, we got the ocean on one side, we've got, I want to say somewhere in the ballpark of 10 to 14 emergency water interconnections with the adjacent water utilities in our area to make sure that if there's a significant event, we at least have, call it a fallback plan.
All right, thank you.
Okay, are there any anybody from the public? Looks like somebody from the public has their hand up.
It does appear so. Jim Light has asked to raise his hand anyway. I can't tell if it's for this item or not. So if I may go ahead and just allow him to speak, and we'll see if he wanted to speak on this item. One moment, please.
Yes, I wanted to speak on this item. Thank you, Jim Light, District 1. I just wanted to reemphasize what Bill, your name says Nils, what Bill and Todd brought up is, you know, there are a number of us who have already done things to conserve water. I converted my lawn to California natives. I replaced my sprinkler system with the, what do you call them, the more native plant sprinkler system that's much more efficient and effective. At most, I water once a month during the dry season. And to impose further restrictions on those of us who have already done so much to bring down our water usage just to be a good citizen it's not fair and it's not right. And you know, if you ask me to cut by 20%, I'm killing stuff I invested a lot to put in by cutting that once a month watering, and I'm taking less showers. And it's not right when you have people who have grass lawns and you know, half-acre lots, or you know, like up in PV, and they just get you can only water a couple days a week versus my once a month on my little, you know, 15 by 50 foot lawn. It's unfair. And what happens if a family like mine, what if our daughter had to move back? And so we get or one of our parents had to move in because we have to take care of them. That's a substantial change. You know, it's to me and my wife right now, it's a 33% chance in a change in occupation of the house. And you're going to base it off of, you know, several past years where we were doing above what the rest of the residents are doing for conserving. You're penalizing the people who are doing the most to try to help the situation. It's unfair. And that's all I had. Thank you.
Okay. All I can do is tell everybody what happened last time. If you did go over your allowed usage or did not meet your 20% required rationing, you could submit an appeal and say something like that. And people I spoke to way back, I think the last big drought was around 2012. They were able to, get relief from some of the increased rates that occurred because you didn't meet your rationing. I just want to warn the public, a lot of things are coming. You're not going to be able to wash your car. You're going to be able to water on certain days, and you're going to have mandatory rationing. I mean, I think it's safe to say, given that Lake Mead is at the lowest level since it was first filled in 1937. And if you look at the graph of Lake Mead's depth since 2000, I mean, it's just going down, 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 down. So, we're in a bad way. Let's hope for a very, very wet winter. So that would help tremendously. But just the reality of it is the rationing's coming the way things are going right now, unless we get an early, very wet winter. I just don't see any way around it, frankly, given the numbers that are coming down. So anyway, really appreciate your time, Robert. We got to get back to our meeting, but it's very very helpful. And I think, you'll probably be back when we actually do have required rationing, or go to some of the community district meetings. Those are very helpful, and you're able to see people in their own community and explain it more in detail, along with whoever
Definitely
our first person is. So anyway, thanks very much.
And if anyone if those community meetings, if anyone needs a guest speaker, you're strapped or need a last minute pinch hitter, by all means, please reach out. More than happy to sit down and chat.
Excellent. Thanks for coming, Robert. Really appreciate it.
Can you email me, Robert, just so I have your contact info? Thank you.
Same. Thank you.
Okay, order of agenda. Anybody have any agenda items they want to move around, or a motion to approve as is?
I believe we're pulling 2 items.
That's correct. We are pulling item H 15
23
and item P1. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mayor. H15, the Stone Ranch item, and then the P1, the CEQA ordinance. The request is to pull both those.
When is the CEQA ordinance coming back? Joe, do you know, or is that a Mike question?
I believe that's looked at for the 3rd meeting of September.
Okay. All right. Is there a motion?
So moved.
I'll make a motion to approve the calendar as is, removing item H15 and P1.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. A motion and a second. I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay, and we got our agenda, just removing 2 items with the same order. So first up is a regular meeting of the Community Financing Authority. This is an agency recess meeting, and I'd like to call to order here on September 7th. Roll call, please.
Member Narenheim.
Here.
Member Lowenstein.
Here.
Member Horvath.
Here.
Member Obaji.
Here.
Member MD.
Here.
And Chair Brandt.
Here, thank you. Order of agenda. Anybody have any objections to the order of agenda? Okay, so order blue folder items. Are there any blue folder items for this agency meeting?
There are none.
There are none. Great. Consent calendar. There are 4 items on the consent calendar. Any member can pull an item. Any member of the public can pull an item. Are there any members who would like to pull an item from the consent calendar?
We've been made aware that there are none.
Great. So anybody from the public can also comment on any consent calendar item. Are there any public comments on the consent calendar for the Community Financing Authority?
There are none.
Okay, thank you. Is there a motion to approve the consent calendar?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Obaji, second by Councilmember Imdi. Do a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji. And Councilmember Imdi.
Aye.
Okay, you don't need to read anything, do you? Vicky doesn't.
No, sir.
Public participation on non-agenda items. Again, this is for the Public Financing Authority. Is there any public comments on non-agenda items for the Public Financing Authority?
There are none.
Okay, thank you. So there's no public hearings, old or new business. Any referrals to staff? Not hearing any, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Obaji, seconded by Councilmember Imdi. Are there any objections? Okay, so ordered. Next up is another agency meeting. This is the Redondo Beach Housing Authority. I'll call to order. Roll call, please.
Member Narenheim.
Here.
Member Lowenstein.
Here.
Member Horvath.
Here.
Member Obaji.
Here.
Member MD.
Here.
Commissioner Member Linus.
Here.
Commissioner Member Vogelsang. Absent. And Chair Brown.
Here. Thank you, Vicky. Hi, Raphael. Good to see you.
Thank you.
First up, approval order of agenda. Is anybody have any objection with the order of agenda? Okay, so order blue folder items. Are there any blue folder items for the meeting of the community? Sorry, the Redondo Beach Housing Authority.
There are none.
Okay, consent calendar. Tonight there are 3 items on the consent calendar. Any member can pull an item. Any member of the public can speak to an item. Any member would like to pull an item from the consent calendar from the Redondo Beach Housing Authority.
We have a public speaker, and it's not clear on which item she wanted to speak on. I'm going to assume it was item 3C3, but I'm not sure. Angelica probably can give us some clarification.
I will be giving a presentation on the status of the Housing Authority later on.
Okay, there was also a member of Denise Jacks that's signed on. Do you know which item that she's wanted to speak on?
I wasn't aware.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry. She can raise her hand if she wants to speak on a consent item then.
Okay, there's a hand. Housing Authority, Denise Jacks. Yes, go ahead, Denise.
Hi there. I am here with the SPCLA. I'm Denise. I'm the Senior Director, and I'm here to answer any questions regarding the contract, the housing contract for the SPCLA.
Item N1.
Yeah, I think that's on our regular meeting. This is a separate meeting. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I think you want to stay on, Denise, and speak on
Okay. Sounds good.
as in Nancy. And that, yeah, it depends on how much we talk about the regular consent calendar, the regular meeting, but we're not to your item yet.
Got it.
Okay, any other members of the public want to speak to again, this is the Housing Authority, folks, Redondo Beach Housing Authority, not the regular meeting of the City Council.
There are none.
Okay, public participation on non-agenda items for the Redondo Beach Housing Authority. Are there any public comments?
There are none.
Okay, thank you. With that, we'll go to new business and a status report on our Section 8 and Fair Housing Program.
Hi, good evening, everyone. And for this presentation, I will be sharing my screen.
Hi, Angelica. Why don't you introduce yourself?
Hi, my name is Angelica Zavala, and I'm the housing supervisor for the housing department. All right, so this is a quarterly status report of the City of Redondo Beach Section 8 and the Fair Housing Programs for the months of June, July, and August of 2021. We currently have 449 program participants, of which the majority, 3/4 of them being either seniors or disabled. Our current goal is outlined in our agency plan is to house 633 families. The challenges that we face to reach our goal continue to be rising rents here in Redondo Beach, low vacancy, Unfortunately, negative stereotypes about our programs and landlord participation. The table on screen reflects the Section 8 activity over the last 3 months. We had 10 new contracts. We were able to renew 123 leases. We had 5 families that were moved or were taken from the program. The average monthly housing payment per family is $1,216. And this is the amount that the city, through its HUD allocation, contributes towards the rent of the program participant. And the total payments of housing support over the last 3 months was $1.623 million. The following are funding highlights with regards to the Section 8 program. In March of this year, the Housing Authority received its calendar year 2021 funding award letter. Both our Housing Choice Voucher program and our VASH program are fully funded. Additionally, we did receive an increase in our administrative fee allocation. This has enabled us to focus on hiring staff and to maintaining the daily operations required of the program. In July of this year, the Redondo Beach Housing Authority accepted to help house 29 emergency housing voucher eligible families here within the city. Priority for these vouchers are being given to households who are either homeless, at risk of homelessness, if they're fleeing or attempting to flee domestic violence, dating violence, sexual assault, stalking, or human trafficking. And Redondo Beach Housing Authority has partnered with LASA for program support and for family referrals. And lastly, HUD continues to recognize our agency as being a high-performing agency. Another highlight of our program is the HUD VASH program, which is housing assistance for veteran families. Currently, we have 40 HUD VASH vouchers. We've already utilized 31 of those vouchers, and we have issued vouchers for the remaining 9 slots that are left. We did ask HUD for an additional 10, and we're hoping to hear back from them regarding that. We just don't want to run out, and should there be a need to house more veterans here within Redondo Beach, you want to be able to do so. For the last year, the higher payment standard has helped our veterans find better housing. However, unfortunately, despite the higher payment standard and despite the landlord incentives, our veterans still continue to struggle finding housing within our city. The Section 8 waiting list. Our waiting list was last open in September of 2015. We currently have about 4,400 families on that waiting list. Last month, we were able to batch or pull 200 families from that waiting list. And right now, we're waiting to receive paperwork back from them. Hopefully, by the end of the month, we'll be able to know how many of those families are going to be eligible for housing vouchers. Any applicant who wants to check the status on their waiting list can call the number on screen, 855-361-9512, or they can visit the website, www.waitlistcheck.com. The Fair Housing Program. So the Housing Authority continues to refer customers who need fair housing assistance or have any housing questions to the Housing Rights Center. Their number is 213-387-8400. Their services include discrimination investigations, mediation between landlords and tenants, or counseling. And this concludes my report, my presentation. I'm here if anyone has any questions. And I just want to thank you for your time.
Thank you, Angelica. Let me see, board members. I don't see. Okay. Councilmember Narenheim.
Thank you, Mayor Brand. Yeah, Angelica, excuse me. I have a quick question for you. You said lack of participation by landlords, but on here it says that you're basically sold out.
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding your question.
In the beginning, you said one of the things that's holding the program back is the lack of participation from landlords.
Right. So what that means is that we have families that have vouchers and they are looking for housing here within Redondo Beach. However, we do not have many landlords that want to participate in the program for one reason or another.
Oh, I thought we were just sold out, and as in we don't have enough. Okay. Well, that's good to know because I'll have to start putting the word out some more because I'll tell you right now, my father had multiple apartment units, and at one point in time, one of his buildings was 100% filled with Section 8 housing, and he thought it was the greatest thing since sliced bread because he got consistent checks every single month and from both parties, and both parties, him himself included, was held to a high standard in inspections internally and externally on the building. And yeah, it was work, but it was consistent checks, great tenants, people who cared and wanted to be there. So I will definitely keep putting that word out and let people know that if you're a landlord, you want a consistent check every single month and be held to a high standard with good quality tenants, that's what you're going to get. So cool. Okay.
Exactly. Thank you.
Let me ask you a question, Angelica. Will you guys assist a landlord with the paperwork? I know one of the barriers to people wanting to participate is the extensive paperwork that a property owner has to go through to accept Section 8 vouchers. Do we assist landlords who are willing to participate with,
Yes, of course. And actually, it's very easy. It's only completing a W-9, complete a direct deposit form, and a contract that they understand the rules of the program. But any landlord who has questions, I mean, we can help them fill out any paperwork or help them navigate through the system.
That's good to know. And it's not as extensive as a lot of them think.
No.
Yeah, that's good to know. Councilmember Obaji.
Angelica, is there anything that we as a city council can do to help promote the availability of these Section 8 tenants to landlords? Or we as a city can do?
Putting the word out. A lot of landlords do not know the benefits of the program. And like it was mentioned, I mean, it's steady rent. We go out and we inspect the units to make sure that they're in good living conditions. We counsel the tenants whenever they're in violation of the lease. So just putting the word out in any meetings that you may have. We're working on sending out emails to landlords, letting them know of the landlord incentives that are out there for those who house a veteran or someone that was homeless. So just getting the word out about our program.
It seems like it would be prime time right now to pick up landlords for the program because they've dealt with a lot of tenants who couldn't pay rent for so long and they couldn't also evict them. That this is like, hey, you would have gotten the whole time of the pandemic, you would have got a steady check every single month.
Exactly.
All right. We'll think on that further. Thank you though for your great work.
Okay, well, thank you, Angelica. Really appreciate it. Is there a motion to receive and file this, or sorry, is there any public comment on this item?
There are no comments for the Housing Authority.
Is there a motion to receive and file?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Horvath, second by Councilmember Obaji. Any objections? Okay, so order. Thank you very much, Angelica.
Thank you.
Any referrals to staff by any of the members? Okay, with that, I'll entertain an
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. I don't think we ever voted on the consent calendar for this item.
Thank you, Christian. Yeah, I'll entertain a motion on the consent calendar.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Horvath, second by Councilmember Obaji. I'll do a roll call vote. Member Narenheim. Member Narenheim. Member Lowenstein.
Aye.
Member Horvath.
Aye.
Member Obaji.
Aye.
Member MD.
Aye.
Member Lioness.
Aye.
And Member Vogelsky, who I guess is absent.
I for Narenheim.
Okay, and I for Narenheim. Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Horvath. I missed that. But now with that, I guess I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, a motion to adjourn by Member Obaji, seconded by Member Lowenstein. Is there any objection? Okay, so ordered. Thank you, Member Lioness.
Thank you.
Have a good one. Okay. What's up next? Back to our regular council meeting. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Narenheim.
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Horvath.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember MD.
Here.
And Mayor Brandt.
Here. Thank you, Vicky. Blue folder items. We have blue folder items for this meeting. Could you list them for us, Vicky?
Yes, under item H16, draft minutes of the 8/23 Public Safety Commission meeting was concluded. For item H23, we have public communication with Easy Reader article and Wilderness Park photos, and presentation of South Bay Parkland Conservancy. For item P2, we have a PowerPoint presentation, and for item N2, we have a public comment submitted.
Okay, is there a motion to add those to the record?
So moved.
To add them to the record.
Second.
Okay, I heard Councilmember Horvath make a motion, and I'll take Councilmember Narenheim's second. Let's see here, 1 second. Okay, any objections to adding those items then? All right, so ordered. Next up is our consent calendar. And tonight we have a lot of items. We have 25 items on the consent calendar. These are normally passed all at once. Any member can pull any item. Any member of the public can comment on any item. And yeah, I'll go through the members, see if anybody wants to pull anything. Councilmember Narenheim.
You know, I don't want to pull anything, but I do want to make a quick comment on item H13, which is the swim, the 10K, Mind, Body, Ocean 10K Swim for Mental Health Day on October 2nd. This is a resolution supporting the event, and Dr. Sasha Spear is heading the event, and it's just one more open water swimming event happening here at Redondo Beach, and this is for a nonprofit raising some money for mental health awareness. And it's a great event. So they'll be having it on October 2nd moving forward, and we'll hear about that a lot more. And I want to thank our Community Services Director, Cameron Harding, for putting this together. Really appreciate you taking the time, making this happen, putting inside the item here. We'll be moving this forward to LA County, and hopefully we'll get Supervisor Hahn's support for some free lifeguard services and getting Beach and Harbors on board for this. So thank you very much to staff to get this moving forward and raise awareness for this.
Okay, Councilmember Lowenstein, any items you'd like to pull?
H20, please.
Okay. Councilmember Horvath.
H23, please.
Councilmember Obaji.
None.
Sorry?
None, thank you.
Councilmember MD.
No, thank you.
Okay, any public comment on any consent calendar item other than H20 or H20? Well, let me say, I also want to pull item H16. So other than H16, H20, and H23, is there any public comment?
No, actually, we have the public comment on H23, and we also have H16. We have on H23 we have e-comments, so we do not have any other comments for the other consent items. So.
Okay, with that, I'll entertain a motion for the consent calendar other than item H16, H20, and H23.
I'll move to approve.
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Obaji, second by Councilmember Horvath. I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay, you got a few things to read, Vicki.
I do have lots to read. Okay, 4. H9, excuse me, not H. Yeah, it is H9, excuse me. Council adopted resolution number CC-2107074, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, acknowledging receipt of a report made by the Fire Chief of the Redondo Beach Fire Department regarding the inspection of certain occupancies required to perform annual inspections in such occupancies pursuant to sections 13146.2 and 13146.3 of the California Health and Safety Code. Also, council adopted by resolution CC-2198082, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, leasing certain property to Najas International Incorporated, DBA Najas Place. Council adopted by title only resolution number CC-2109083, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, leasing certain property to Gung Ho Online Entertainment America, Inc. Adopted by title only resolution number CC-2109084, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, leasing certain property to Savoir Faire Language Institute, Inc. Adopted by title only resolution number CC-2109085, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, proclaiming Saturday, 2021 as Mind Body Ocean 10K Swim for Mental Health Day in the City of Redondo and sponsorship and support of Mind Body Ocean fundraising water sports event to be held in the City of Redondo Beach coastal waters and in appreciation of Los Angeles County's efforts to permit the event and provide logistical support. Then item H19, introduced by title only, ordinance number O-321921, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, amending section 2-9.101 of chapter 9, title 2 of the Redondo Beach Municipal Code, establishing a minimum number of meetings for all boards and commissions of the city for introduction and first reading. Item, City Council adopted by title only, a resolution number CC-2109-086, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, amending the official book of classifications for the position of homeless housing navigator. Also introduced on first reading, ordinance number 0-3220-21, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, amending Municipal Code Title 3, Chapter 7, Article 20, to conform regulations regarding street vending in the City of Redondo Beach, Senate Bill 246. Actually, I do have a speaker on that item. I apologize. And then item, let's see here, adopted by 4/5 vote and by title only, resolution number CC-2109087, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, authorizing a fiscal year 2021-22 budget modification to appropriate $91,000 innovation grant funds from the SPC COG to the intergovernmental fund. Also adopted by 4/5 vote and by title only, resolution number CC-2109088, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, authorizing a fiscal year 2021-22 budget modification to appropriate $100,000 in Los Angeles County CDBG funds to the intergovernmental grant fund. And lastly, adopted by title only, resolution number CC-2109-089, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, updating the pay and benefits plan for management and confidential employees. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Vicki.
I do have a gentleman that wanted to speak. I thought it was on non-agenda items. It's Tom Perkins. He wanted to speak on item, I think it was on the street vending, H22. May I allow him to speak?
Of course.
Thank you.
He's got J1 marked, but.
I know. I apologize. I couldn't find the item on the agenda when he asked to speak. I apologize.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Perkins.
Forgive me if ignorance is bliss. I'm ecstatic because I have no idea how these things work, and I may be asking the question in the wrong place. So I am in District 1 down south of Torrance Boulevard. And I have a question about the street vending thing, and I don't know if it's related to what Vicki just read off. So you can tell me if I need to wait. I'm happy to wait.
No, go ahead and ask your question. Ask away, Tom.
We have a taco truck that comes here twice a week. He parks on the street. We save him parking every Tuesday and every Friday. And it started during the pandemic and has been a great addition to the community as we've gotten to know many neighbors. And if we couldn't go out to eat, we could actually go get food there. And there have been a number of locals, well, a handful of locals who have complained and who've even come out so far as to stand on the sidewalk and yell racist threats at the taco truck. They call the police every time he's there. which is disturbing for me. I've lived in Redondo Beach for over 20 years, and I've never known our community to ever entertain this. I don't know how we work something out so that it's okay for a taco truck to come if he's invited, and not have to deal with people yelling at them, things that I will not repeat during this meeting. The latest is someone sent the penal code to the police officers saying that they couldn't serve after 8 p.m. And so they have acquiesced and come at 6 p.m. and they said they'll leave at 8. But the guy basically told me, he says, I don't want to come to Redondo Beach anymore because the people here hate me, which breaks my heart because we don't hate him. We love having tacos. We've gotten to know our neighbors. It gives us the opportunity to have 1 or 2 nights a week where we're able to actually go out and kind of interact with our neighbors and talk about things that are going on around us. And so suddenly we're aware of, oh, well, somebody's been breaking into cars. Well, somebody's been doing this and somebody's been doing that. It's been a great addition. And now we see that in jeopardy, and I don't know how to fix that. So I thought I better be on this meeting and ask you guys, because I figure you guys probably know how to help me.
Well, thanks for calling in, Tom. Really, really appreciate it. We did just pass an ordinance that controls it to some degree, but basically we allow street vending. We have to, as required by state law. But you asked a couple of questions, and Jillian Martins has kind of been our city attorney, assistant city attorney, has been handling this and helped us craft the ordinance. So one question I had, Jillian, that he mentioned were hours. I don't remember us talking about hours. I might not remember, but could you address that?
I think it depends. I'm not sure. He was speaking about a taco truck. If it is a vehicular serving, if it's essentially a food truck, yes, then these regulations are not applicable to that. So this is with regard to essentially like human powered and stands that live in the sidewalks, not necessarily on the streets. And Councilman Nierenheim had referred to staff to come back about with regulatory options for mobile vending, and that is with regard to to food trucks that operate on the street. And if that's what this caller is referring to, as I had said in the last meeting, currently the city of Redondo Beach only regulates the operation of food trucks, again, mobile vending vehicles that work within 500 feet of a school. Our only local regulation is associated with that. And so this ordinance, if I'm understanding the caller correctly, would not apply to him. However, to answer your original question, yes, there are hours of operation that are required within the street vending ordinance. But as I said, it would not apply to this particular caller or this vehicle.
Yes, he's talking about the taco truck on the Esplanade. And apparently there are no hour regulations or any other regulations associated more than 500 feet from a school.
There aren't local regulations associated with the operation of the mobile vending vehicles. I don't have on me whatever state or county regulations are associated. I would assume, of course, that they would need to have a business license. They would need to have their county health permits as required by LA County. And then I'm not just immediately familiar with those regulations because I'm prepared to speak about the ordinance that we introduced.
Okay, thank you, Jillian. Councilmember.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mayor Brown. Yeah, Tom, if you could reach out to me, either text me or call me, 424-374-7168, 424-374-7168. Just text me. Don't. Obviously, I'm meeting tonight. You can just text me right now, so I have your email address, and we'll talk about it. I've seen that taco guy. I heard it's delicious. I've seen him there a bunch. Jillian is right. I've gotten a lot of questions regarding food trucks, and that's not what we're dealing with tonight. We're just the hand carts, and we'll be allowing those types of vending activities. And there's also a pizza guy that comes on the Esplanade, and
yes,
we're going to be updating, just looking at that ordinance, just making sure that it doesn't turn into a you know, 20 or 30 food trucks on the Esplanade. That's the only thing the residents are worried about. But I'm with you, Tom. I appreciate these guys coming down and providing something. It's a great way for especially during the pandemic, for the neighbors kind of come out and come together an outside environment, in a safe outside environment. And I can fill you in further what's going on. And I'm very disturbed to hear what you just said regarding neighbors coming down. There have been a few residents coming down to the Esplanade and coming to me, barking at me very loudly and saying that they don't want this activity and saying things like we're turning into Venice. It's just simply not true. You know, we have a very effective way of making sure that we keep the Esplanade in a wonderful, beautiful view and all-inclusive. And it's very disturbing for me to hear what you just said. So if you can do me a favor and reach out, that'd be great. So thank you, Tom, for speaking up tonight. And I'll have my community meeting as well on Saturday and Monday. So if you want to join, the contact information is on the website as well. So thank you.
I will send you a text message. And you know, the tacos are very good. He catered my mom's 90th birthday party last month, so we're very happy to have that. And they're incredibly nice people. When they've been asked to turn their lights off, they turn their lights off. When they've been asked to do anything, they do anything. But people have come out and screamed at them. This is just like Trump said. There would be a taco truck on every corner. And I'm like, that would be awesome. And then the last guy called the police and read off the new penal code thing that was just enacted, and that's what the police officer read to me, and so that's why I was concerned about the hours of operation. But Nils, when I'll text a picture of me as well, because you'll know me. You met me before. I voted for you back in the day. I live at 508 Esplanade, and you know, it's just something that enhances our whole life experience here. And it's tragic to see somebody treated in this way in the city where I live.
Yeah, I appreciate Tom for reaching out. Thank you for that.
All right. Thank you guys very much. I'll let you all get back.
Well, we got a few more comments if you want to stay on, Tom. Councilmember Obaji.
Does he hear that he voted for you back in the day, not in the most recent election? All right. So you got to do better for your constituents. I think, Mr. Perkins, I think we all empathize with the perspective that you're bringing. And I do believe that we had already agendized or asked staff to bring back a truck ordinance, food truck ordinance at some point. So we'll go over that with your perspective in mind and the perspective of the other folks. But I think that this issue, as well as the Section 8 issue that we dealt with in the Housing Authority, both demonstrate, and other issues that come before us, the repeated need for a public information officer for our city who's disseminating, using modern technology and social media, information to the public, to Redondoans, about anything and every single thing that could possibly be of interest, including new rules or and regulations. So that's it. That was my comment. Thank you.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with Councilmember Obaji. We definitely need a social media coordinator for the city to get these sorts of information out. But specifically about the taco truck, is it coming back, Jillian? Or do you have plans to bring back an ordinance?
I made a motion to staff for January.
Yeah, it's for January. It'll come back in January. We have that ready to go.
Okay, thank you, Brandy. And let me ask Chief Kaufman. Chief, when somebody hears these kinds of racial nonsense spewed at, you know, anybody, in this particular case, it's, I guess, a taco truck on the Esplanade, should the residents call the police? Is there something they can do? You know, people yelling nasty stuff?
Yeah, if it's just yelling, it could not be a crime, but they should always call and let the officers on scene make the determination. A lot of times we'll take an incident report, see if there's various incidents, and just keep track of it. But we always encourage people to call.
I called the police, and I actually stood between the guy yelling and the taco truck people, which is probably not the best idea, but I'm 6'4" and 200 and several pounds. So nobody was really going to, you know, go after me unless they've got weapons. and diffused the last situation. Then I got in trouble because it dropped the call, and the police were like, "You can't hang up on us when you call 911." I'm like, "I'm so sorry. I just went and stood there and tried to make sure that the situation diffused and that nobody got slugged in the throat or worse." But there's like, I think 5 people that complain and like 500 people that, visit the taco truck a month. And it's like, it's overwhelmingly people support the taco truck and the fact that we have this gift.
Right.
Well, thank you, Tom. Sorry. Isn't it disturbing the peace if a person's out there yelling at a taco truck owner?
Getting off the track.
Yeah, I was going to say we've gone quite a bit away from what isn't on the agenda, which is.
Oh, God.
So we've gone beyond that to a public information officer and social media and a discussion of 415. So I would suggest we return to the properly agendized one, what's on the agenda. And then, as Councilman Nunheim said, we're coming back in January to discuss the food truck rules, which everyone will have a chance to be able to respond. And who knows, you may have a social media person and agendize between now and then.
Thank you, Mike. We get off track, and I'll just wrap it up, Tom, with racism has no home here, and it's not appreciated what's going on. And yeah, I guess we got to move on. But yeah, see you in January, Tom. Okay, where were we? I guess the item I pulled, is that it? Or any more comments, Vicki, about the other consent calendar items?
No, sir. The next comments would be on H16, the item you're about to call.
Okay, great. I pulled item H16. This is about a stop sign on Redondo and Monterey. So with that, I guess I'll turn it over to Ted Simon, or who's ever going to.
Your Honor, anything in particular you'd like me to cover on this item?
Well, let me see. I'll just tell everyone this is a intersection that I use a lot. A lot of other people have complained to me. As you pull out, it's extremely dangerous. People flying down Redondo. As you see in the record, they've had a broadside collision. It's interesting the process we go through. I really appreciate staff's work in getting this done quickly, especially with having to work with Hermosa Beach. But often when we request stop signs, we go through this whole study of, volume and what other collision data to determine whether there's a stop sign. But, that just doesn't capture everything, right, folks? And as a consequence, our Public Works Department voted unanimously to go ahead and move ahead with this. So I wanted to kind of use this to showcase to the residents that, if you see a place where you need a stop sign, you're really concerned about it, and your neighbors have the same sort of concerns, you really need to approach us and get these sorts of stuff done so that we can look at it. And even when, these sorts of thresholds aren't met after the studies are done, there's a lot of other things to take into account, like average speed, average, and I also noticed, I guess here's a question for you, Ted. We take these volume counts on 2 days, both were weekdays. And I mean, anybody who understands the waterfront knows that Redondo's a lot busier on Saturdays and Sundays when, it'd be more likely for an accident to occur. Why do we always do these studies like during the week? It just seems like, do traffic counters not work on the weekends? Or, obviously if you're down on the waterfront, you ought to be doing traffic counts on weekends.
Yeah, no, thank you, Your Honor. We can do obviously traffic count and data collection on weekends. A lot of these analysis and warrants, as you call them, are things that are dependent on peak hour data. Peak hour in the morning is usually commuter hours. It's very well defined. It's a 2 to 3 hour window. Similarly in the afternoon. So there's prescriptive guidance from the California MUTCD that data should be collected on a Tuesday, Wednesday, or a Thursday, and that would be not preceding or following a holiday of any sorts. But as you mentioned, in certain locations, such as the waterfront, sometimes you do need to take the data on the days that we believe we have higher volumes. Those would not necessarily coincide with peak hour volumes and is in a traditional sense, but we can do longer period time data collection for them. In this particular case, I mean, it is a street that's used as a commuter street for vehicles as they come and go. As you know, there are turn restrictions onto Monterey from Redondo and that's applicable during the week. It's not applicable during the weekends. So obviously there are volumes of vehicles that the city of Hermosa Beach must have observed in their past history that have dictated those restrictions to be implemented. Again, in this particular case, we went through the warrant analysis. We did do the data collection. The volumes are just not there. We didn't really see it. Seasonal volumes could be different, obviously, but we were able to identify a line of sight issue that we were able to support the installation of the stop sign and have communicated that with the staff at the City of Hermosa Beach, who have now been provided with the data from our Public Works Commission, their agenda item, basically the findings of the commission, which is a blue folder item for you tonight. Those are the draft minutes of that Public Works Commission meeting. And therefore, the commission unanimously supported the installation of the all-way stop and forwarded that to the council for your consideration.
Yeah, no, and thank you, Ted. And I'll just say, the other thing that doesn't get counted are the near misses, and I've experienced many near misses myself. And it really kind of reminds me of Torrance Boulevard and Broadway. It's hard to imagine Torrance Boulevard without a stop sign now on Broadway, but it was similar where you had to cross and there's this traffic median there. And yeah, it just felt very unsafe. So appreciate your quick and hard work on this. Councilmember Narenheim.
Yeah, the only thing I have to say real quick is there is a comment in here from a person named Ray Jackson. He's a council member in Hermosa Beach.
Oh,
I had the pleasure sitting down next to him up at ICA, had a great conversation with him. Councilmember Obaji and I had a great dinner with him, and we brought this section out, how working with other cities, we need to be doing this. So he had a great comment in there. He's fully supportive of it at Hermosa Beach, and just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
Okay, great. He's not waiting to speak, is he, Vicky? Ray Jackson? Is anybody, well, let me just go with that. Is anybody waiting to speak on this item?
No, sir.
Okay, with that, I'll entertain a motion to approve. Is there a motion to approve this?
Oh, before you move on, we do have e-comments submitted for this item.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Okay, I'm going to ask Melissa Villa to unmute her mic and read you the comments under e-comments.
So we have 3 comments today. The first one was submitted by Ray Jackson. This extremely dangerous intersection requires a stop control measure, and your approval would be greatly appreciated by all of us impacted daily by this unsafe intersection. Thank you. The second comment is by Luke Imbrex. I apologize for any mispronunciation. The comment reads, definitely needed. Some assume there's a stop sign already, creating dangerous confusion. Some use Redondo as a freeway ramp as there is no sign. Poor visibility when coming from Monterey, especially if there is a van parked in the first spot on Redondo northeast corner. It is also dangerous for the pedestrians trying to cross Redondo or Monterey at this intersection. It would be a real improvement for all of us. Thank you for your attention. And the last comment was submitted by Mike Gray. A stop control measure would be appreciated. Thanks for your consideration.
Wow, great to see some residents writing in with the same concern. So I guess with that, I'll entertain a motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay. I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay. Great. You don't need to read anything, do you, Vicky?
I do not, sir. Thank you.
Okay, next up is item H20. Councilmember Lowenstein, you pulled that item?
I did, yes. Thanks, Mayor Brand. I wanted to bring this to the public's attention. We are looking at extending the hours of the Beach Life Festival, which I am very stoked for. This is this weekend, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, to 10:30 each day. And the previous Beach Life Festival in 2019, I think it was at 9 o'clock. So I have full faith that the Beach Life Festival organizers, Alan Sanford and his crew, will keep noise down to a minimum. I personally don't want to change this on them at this point. I would have appreciated this earlier, so we had time to discuss this, but that's not the case now. I think our biggest concern will be as people are let out of the concerts, any noise or any type of gathering and traffic beyond the festival grounds, we need to be on top of it. And we need to address this as a city afterwards and do an evaluation after the event. But again, I'm very excited about the event, and I know that Chief Kaufman and Alan Sanford and everybody that's involved will do a good job in making sure that our crowds are well behaved and that the music volumes will be low enough that it won't be disturbing people after 9 p.m. up until 10:30. So if anybody else wants to comment on it, I don't know, but I'd like to make a motion to approve H20.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. I guess the only thing I would add, Chief Kaufman, is it'd be a good idea because it's late. People will be spilling out and heading up Zuliger Park. It would probably be good just to have a couple officers hanging out around there so that Zuliger Park is in order that late at night, because you can imagine a lot of people will be traversing Zuliger Park to get back to their car or go home even. So yeah, that's the one area we worry about because obviously it's very densely populated and right next to the venue. So anyway, there's a motion and a second. I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay, there you go. Do you need to read that, Vicky?
I do not, thank you.
Great. Okay, next up is item H3, approve a memorandum of understanding between the city of Redondo Beach and the South Bay Parkland Conservancy. Cameron, are you handling this?
You know, Cameron's gotten all these compliments, but he's got a night off tonight. So we're going to make sure is the meeting. But gonna jump in and cover this in his stead.
Okay, go ahead, Ted. You're covering it, Ted?
I guess I am, yes. Thank you, Mayor and council members. I am assisting our Community Services Director, Cameron, in addressing any questions you may have related to the proposed MOU between the city and the South Bay Parkland Conservancy. I can tell you we've gone through several email exchanges, and after the last Zoom meeting that we had with the team members, we decided to do one last in-person meeting to finalize and iron out basically the MOU. And it was actually a pleasure working with the SBPC representatives, both Mr. Barbarigos and Mr. Light, who will be presenting in a few minutes. So the proposed MOU is actually to formalize or to validate the partnership between the city and SBPC's efforts in their habitat restoration and native plant design services for Wilderness Park. There is, again, no formal presentation by staff related to this item, but on behalf of the South Bay Parkland Conservancy, Mr. Light will be giving their presentation on an overview of activities by SBPC's efforts at Wilderness Park. With that, Jim, I'll turn it over to you.
Okay, thank you. I just got to share content, so I've not done this on a city-controlled Zoom, so I'm going to try that. Let's see, screen and... Can you see my PowerPoint slides?
Yeah, looks good.
Okay, thank you. So Jim Light, I'm one of the founding directors of South Bay Parkland Conservancy, and I was former president. I appreciate the opportunity to talk with you tonight. Just before I get into the briefing, this is going on we're approaching our 4th year of relationship with the city, and for whatever reason, John LaRock chose not to memorialize it. We are fully in support of establishing a formal MOU. And as Ted said, we had a great meeting on this, and I appreciate the efforts of Ted, of Mike Klein, of Cameron Harding, and Mike Webb in putting this MOU together. So with that, I just want to take this opportunity to go through a few charts showing some of the activities that SBPC has been involved in across the community. We've been serving Redondo Beach and the South Bay since 2004. Mayor Brand was our founder, and 2 of us who were on that original board of directors are still with the organization. Just some highlights of what we've done through the years. We supported C-Lab and LACC when they started the bluff restoration at the south end of the Esplanade Bluff. And we continue to support them today. However, that's gotten a little anemic since C-Lab has shut down. When the Water District was talking about potentially siting a desal center at the AES plant, we organized what we called the desal powwow at the Veterans Park Library and opened it up to the public. We had panelists who spoke to both sides of the issue, and about 80 of the public showed up, and it was a good both presentation from both sides and then questions from the public. So that was a very good venue for educating the public and hearing both sides of the story. Just about 3 years ago now, we started rewilding Wilderness Park, and I'll get into that in a little bit. We've also supported the Audubon Society and cataloging birds at the wetlands that are emerging at the AES site. We supported Elizabeth House as she put in grants to establish those wetlands park and future parkland under the power lines west of PCH. And we're successful in getting 2 grants based on our inputs and the great work by Elizabeth House. And that was a great partnership. We enjoyed working with her. We are a founding member of the El Segundo Blue Butterfly Coalition, which is trying to connect the Palos Verdes area with the blue butterfly up to Bologna Creek, which is another habitat for blue butterflies. And we're trying to establish little islands of habitat so that the blue butterfly can repopulate this area. It is a endangered species. We're working with the city as we speak to establish a community garden or gardens, as the future may end up. And we late last year, we started our California Native Habitat Certification Program, which is an attempt to get homeowners to actually establish little islands of habitat in their own front or backyards. And again, this is just a representative sample. This does not mean to summarize everything we've done since 2004. Just to give you a picture of Wilderness Park, which is what the MOU is about, we are just about entering our 4th year there. The top row of pictures here in my chart shows our first day of clearing. We had hundreds of pounds of ice plant and other weeds that we pulled. It was family members. There was a school environmental group that attended, and even, as you can see in the second picture there, Todd Lowenstein showed up to help us clear. And if you look at the bottom, that's a picture of that same area as of January 2021. So January of this year, that area is now mature. We do not have to maintain it as far as weeding or watering or anything like that. The only thing we have to do is cut back some of the growth so that we can keep some of the trails open. And it just shows what you can do when you invest the time to restore native habitat in our area, in an area like Wilderness Park. This shows another one of our projects within Wilderness Park as we expanded the area. On the left is a picture of the area on what we call our coastal dune, which is a hillside on the southwestern portion of the park. It's a great overlook of the South Bay if you're up there. We pulled all the weeds, and that's what you can see on the left there. We started positioning plants for our volunteers to plant. And what you see in November 2020, the next picture, is that matured. That's now in its second, starting to go on its 3rd year of maturing. We still have to do a little weeding here, but by next year, if we get some rains this winter, this should be self-sustaining, and the only thing we should have to do is cut it back from any paths. I did want to highlight in the upper right, since we have started restoring habitat in Wilderness Park, some species have returned to the park. This is the western bluebird that was perched on one of our signs in the park. There was at least 2 nesting pairs who had 3 broods of young this year. So that's a direct impact of restoring the native habitat in the park. And on the lower right is some wildflowers that first we seeded and are now starting to reseed themselves naturally that come up after the rainy season. We were concerned they wouldn't come up this year because of the lack of rain, but they fought through and came up and provided some color within the park. This is just an overall picture giving you some scope to what we've done. The area in red on this graphic is the original area we planted, starting in that first graphic I showed you. The orange is the next areas we started planting the next 1.5 to 2 years. So we started to expand and accelerate as we grew comfortable with our planning procedures. And then the yellow is what we had accomplished up to a few months ago. This has actually expanded some since then, but you can see we're between 1/4 and 1/3 of the park that we've been able to rewild, and very appreciative of all the different groups. We've had hundreds of residents, school kids, scouts, and other organizations volunteer to help plant. And it's great to see kids who have never actually planted anything or gotten their hands dirty in a garden to learn about it and get excited about it. We've put in thousands of volunteer hours in doing this, and it's just a great community effort. And we appreciate the camaraderie with city staff, who certainly we couldn't have done this without. And the city is funding the plants. They funded some of our tools and some labor hours to move the some of the weeds and things like that. So support that community support all the way around is much appreciated. This shows a second project. The county approached us for rewilding an area of the bluff top along the Esplanade. This is the northern portion before you start hitting buildings on the Esplanade. First tour out the non-natives that were in the area. And on the left, you can see this was a couple weeks after planting with the new plants in the ground and the mulching. By August, you can see how much it spread and grew in. This was augmented by irrigation, which we don't have at Wilderness Park. Wilderness Park has areas where irrigation is broken. So you can see what a little bit of irrigation will do to help get the plants to establish themselves. I was actually approached. I was called over to the side. I was maintaining weeds in the park and was called over by a gentleman. Turned out he was a biologist for our state, for the USDA, the U.S. Department of Agriculture. And he was asking all sorts of questions about how we got this demonstration garden to fill in so quickly and so robustly. We have 2 species of plants that attract pollinators in here. There's the narrow leaf milkweed for the monarch butterflies, and we have the seacliff buckwheat for the El Segundo blue butterfly. So again, trying to link that habitat out from PV up to Bologna Creek. This has been a real success story. We anticipate by year 3, we won't have to water at all. The watering system is a low flow one, and it's under the mulch there, so there's not a lot of evaporation. And we're going to continue to improve that through the next few months. Just to show a couple pictures from when we helped Audubon. We're helping Audubon Society document birds at the AES wetlands. These are telephoto pictures. So you don't, if without the zoom back, you can't even tell that this is really an industrial area. We helped Audubon Society catalog 133 different species of birds that are using this habitat, either for migratory purposes as a layover or for nesting and just local natives that use this place to flourish. On the left here, that's actually 2 different types of egrets, the great egret and the snowy egret. The snowy egret's the one that's in flight there. And on the right, you can see 2 Canadian geese coming in for a landing over 2 different types of ducks. The ruddy duck, which has a beautiful baby blue nose, a beak on them, and the buffle-headed duck, which was actually nesting on those reeds to the left. We also started California Native Habitat certification. This just shows some of the folks who have qualified under that. One is Carl Leach. The second one is Justin Chasen, and anybody who's worked with Marie Hoffman. She's in the third picture. Her yard was actually done by Enviroscape, and you can see a Mike there in the background helping receive that certificate for her beautiful lawn. I also want to give a shout out to Councilman Obaji. He replanted his yard and qualified for a native habitat in his small front yard. And just want to put in a foot stomper. Every little bit of habitat helps. So we appreciate everybody's efforts in converting their lawns, and it helps save water. As we heard earlier, we're getting into a drought situation. So with that, that's just a brief overview to give you some idea of what we've been doing. coming up on our, on our agenda for the next year or so. We're supporting North Redondo's effort to weed and plant on the right-of-way by the bike path up there. We look forward to expanding the Wilderness Park rewilding. We're looking forward to help establish the first Redondo Community Garden or Gardens. We want to take that bluff-top garden and to extend it to the south so that we can eventually meet up with the part that the LA Conservation Corps has done. We're just starting conversations with both the county and El Camino Community College to take over habitat care and restoration on an island in the middle of the pond in Alondro Park. And we just had the Manhattan Beach Parks and Recs commissioners reach out to us. So we're starting discussions with them on some opportunities we could do some rewilding in Manhattan Beach. And the foot stomp, we appreciate the partnership with the city council, with the city of Redondo, with the community, the local schools and organizations such as the Boy Scouts. And I want to foot stomp, if you're interested in hearing more, we will have a booth at the Beach Life Festival and would love for you to stop by and talk to us. In closing, I did notice some photos and comments online that try to paint what we're doing in Wilderness Park or SPPC in a negative light, and I'd be happy to address those. But for the photos that the council has received, I would say in general, those are cherry picked, and I can address any questions you may have about those. So with that, I'll close and turn it back over to this city council. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Ted, do you want to add anything, or is there anyone else?
I do not, Your Honor. We are available to answer any questions you may have. There are other staff members that are also available to answer any questions. Jim, you may just want to stop sharing your screen at this point. Thanks.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, I'm trying to find Zoom again.
Yeah. Thank you for that great presentation, Jim. It's so gratifying to see all this work you guys are doing. I've watched the Esplanade Garden evolve, and I remember we were dedicating a bench to Kara Smith, who unfortunately died on PCH, and we dedicated a bench right there. And I was there with Supervisor Janice Hahn, and we turned around, and there was this just ugly patch of sand that was just waiting to be, cleaned up and done what you guys did. And she was a big supporter of it, and got $5,000 from the county and got you guys going. It's just fantastic. I got to get her out there and show it, and she's going to be very, very impressed. And for Beach Life to give you guys a booth and support you guys as a local charity is very, very gratifying. So all I got to say is great work. You guys, I don't even know what to say. Just thank you. And goes back, way back to 2004 when we formed this. And here we are. And you guys are a force. So thanks very much. Councilmember Obagi.
I just want to say thanks, Jim, for all that you all have done with South Bay Parkland Conservancy. Thank you personally, actually, for coming out to the North Redondo cleanup when we had that a couple months back. And generally, I'd say maybe some of the criticism you're getting is because these people haven't had the opportunity to come out and volunteer with your group. So the same kind of thing. If we had a public information officer when South Bay Parkland Conservancy is doing a big cleanup or restoration in a part of Redondo, that could be advertised, get a bunch more volunteers, and really increase the scale of what you're doing. Other than that, just keep up the great work, and thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I would tell you that right now, we're limiting our participation due to COVID, and we are getting fully booked each time we do it. So the community, at least for Wilderness Park, is very aware of what we're doing and is watching. So,
awesome.
But as we come out of COVID and we can get more people in, that's our limiting bandwidth right now, is the number of people we can put on a project at a time.
Okay, Councilmember Narenheim.
Thank you, Mayor Brand. Yeah, Jim, the amazing amount of volunteer hours. I mean, you also volunteer for Harbor Commission. You put a lot of hours in for Harbor Commission volunteering for that. You roll your sleeves up and you get dirty, literally and figuratively. So much appreciated. When I see this presentation, Jim, I also think about how much staff time we're saving. And, our public works, they don't have the time and effort to be able to do these projects. I mean, this takes a lot of time to plant these plants and maintain these plants. So, big kudos to you guys for spending that volunteer time and saving the city hundreds of thousands of dollars. Every staff person, $100,000 plus, and you guys have armies of people there, dozens and dozens of people getting out there and planting plants and weeding and making sure that everything is working and making things happen. So really appreciative. You're beautifying our city, making it more environmentally friendly for native plants. Great work, and wish you guys great luck. So thank you for codifying this and going through all this and volunteering your time.
Thank you.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
I was going to say the exact same thing. Thanks, Nels, for saying that. The amount of money that's been saved by all the volunteers that put in their time. Thank you, Jim, for all you guys have done. And I would encourage anybody to either contribute to the SPPC, either in money or in your time, which is even more valuable, because the people that are critical of this have not been volunteering. And until they can volunteer and understand it, they won't get it. And, what you guys have done to Wilderness Park in particular has really changed the look of the park. And I just can't wait till all this stuff blossoms and people remember in a few years who did all this work, because it's really changed the dynamic in the park. And I think a lot of families will really appreciate it when they can bring their kids there and spend time and really get away. We are such a landlocked, even though we have an ocean, we're such a landlocked area in terms of wilderness. And, every little bit counts, and Wilderness Park is one of those places where you can really get away, close your eyes, relax a little bit, and even open them and believe that you're in the middle of a rural area. So it's great. Thank you, everything you guys have done. And I look forward to participating in your future events. Thanks, Jim.
And thanks for coming out and volunteering, Todd. We really appreciate it.
Absolutely.
I'll encourage everybody to go look at the Esplanade Garden. Probably the most visible work you guys have done is right smack on the Esplanade, the very northern end of the Esplanade. That would be an ugly sand patch still if you guys hadn't taken it up with the county and done all the work to get that done. So everybody go check it out. Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, there's a lot of people queued up to speak on this.
Okay, let's go to public comments.
Okay, first comment is submitted, Jacob Barbarigos would like to speak.
Hello, yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, Jacob.
Jacob Barbarigos, been a 10-year resident of District 5, and I've been the president of South Bay Parkland Conservancy since 2017, and the project manager for Wilderness Park project, Rewilding Wilderness Park, since its inception. So I've been in just about every work day. I've personally interacted with thousands of community members, families, students, clubs, community groups as well throughout the years, and it's been a wonderful opportunity for me personally, and it's also been a great learning opportunity to work with the city as well. And starting with Mr. LaRock. John LaRock definitely took us under his wing and guided us through this process of the project's inception. The first 2 years, we were piloting different aspects of rewilding throughout the park. And then after we received permission to submit for as soon as we could submit for more hours. In 2019, we were able to host events almost 3 times a week during the rainy seasons, having people come out rewilding. Now, what we have done is created living biomes of habitat throughout the park, and Jim showed those areas in his presentation. If it were just for this alone, it would be a success, because it's founded. What we initially proposed to do with the city, the footprint is there, and it will continue to grow and become a an installation that is not only drought tolerant, but just drought negative. It lives there and requires very little watering or maintenance. But if it were just for that, I think that's a success alone. But really, to me, this program has been a community program. It's been an outdoor learning program. And I've seen years and generations of high school kids come through the program who've come back to me and said, oh yeah, I'm a college student now. And I was at one of your first events and I remember these people. And these are now kids who are going on to college, pursuing careers in natural sciences, starting with experience in their own community, starting with outdoor learning opportunities in Wilderness Park. And Wilderness Park has become an outdoor classroom. And I think that's what it was set up for with the wilderness facility, was to allow for the appreciation of the wilderness, but also the study of it. And over the course of these 3 or 4 years, our students have completed projects. Our students have done bioblitzes. They've done soil and water testing throughout the park.
Time.
Request for more time.
Yeah, is there a motion to extend?
Motion to extend.
Thank
Is
you.
there a second?
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Is there any objection? Okay, I see Councilmember MD. You object to extending, Jacob?
Yeah, we have a lot going on and we have a closed session after this. So yeah, I do.
Okay, let's do a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim?
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein?
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath?
No, I agree with Laura.
Councilmember Obaji? Councilmember Obaji? Okay, and Councilmember MD?
No.
Okay, so Councilmember Obaji's not here. I'll break the tie and go ahead, Jacob. You're extended and wrap it up.
Thanks, I appreciate it. And I am wrapping it up. So what I'm saying here is that we've also been instrumental with Eagle Scouts. Eagle Scouts will come to us looking for ideas. They come to the park. We've completed or helped Eagle Scouts five different Eagle Scout projects. What this means for the park is 6 new benches. They've restored the walkways and the stairways in the park. They brought bird houses and also added to our native habitat as well. And so this is the true value of the program and what we're doing in Wilderness Park. And me personally, I've been compensated as project manager for services rendered well within my purview as president of the organization. And it is something that's actually been a very small amount of money that I've received compared to the hundreds of hours that I've donated and continue to donate throughout the year. So it's been my pleasure to serve the city in this regard. And I'm happy to see the MOU come together. It's been great working with Ted Simon, Mike Klein, Alberto Alejandre, and Cameron Harding as well, starting for us. So thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you, Jacob. Next up, who's next? Vicky?
Wayne Craig is next. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, you're on, Wayne. Don't hear you. If you can hear us, we don't hear you.
Yeah, we seem to have a.
Okay, let's move on. We can come back to him.
Okay, the next speaker is Lisa Rodriguez. On the phone. Ms. Rodriguez.
Looks like she's still muted. Somebody needs to unmute themselves, or we need to unmute her.
Okay, Ms. Rodriguez doesn't seem to hear us, so we're going to go next to Mr. Light has already spoken on this item, and I'll try on her other. She's connected in 2 different ways. Ms. Rodriguez, are you there, please? Okay, we're going to move on to Michael Lee.
Oh, hello.
Lee?
Okay. Hi.
Go ahead, Mr. Lee. We can hear you loud and clear.
I'm the student ambassador for Redondo Union High School for South Bay Parkland Conservancy. I'm also on the Redondo Beach Youth Commission. Councilwoman MD, I think we met a while ago at Kiwanis International, so nice to see you again. But I just wanted to say, yeah, the high schoolers are totally behind this. Recently our limit for the Wilderness Park workdays increased from 10 to 15, and they're already maxed out already. So, and I'm getting feedback from the students to up the limit of slots even further. I've just been trying to get as many students involved as I think it's great for the community, and it gives that feeling and sense that, the community is really coming together to help out for a project, and it's not just the adults, the kids most definitely care. Yep, that's all I really wanted to say.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lee. Next.
The next speaker is Mr. Rolf Stressenberg.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Rolf Stressenberg, District 1. Just wanted to comment on this. I'll keep it to the Wilderness Park aspect, which is just a gem within our area. We've used it overnight for Cub Scouts and scouting activities. It's great to have for that. I love the restoration work that's going on there and the community involvement. It's great to hear that our school students are involved with it as well. It goes far beyond the partnership between the city and the Parkland Conservancy itself to the entire community. And I think that's awesome that that's working. Reading through the admin report, it doesn't really seem to be any controversy here other than just wanted it to come back before council because it appears the monies have already been approved by council at prior times. So move ahead with that and keep it going. This will be an ongoing thing. This isn't just the kind of thing that you can hit it and leave it. It'll need to continue on. So I appreciate all the work that's been done. I'll be looking forward to volunteering myself. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Rolf. Next.
Sandra Siegel.
Hello. Jacob Varvarigos, as a city commissioner, motioned for his commission to support a volunteer project with nonprofit South Bay Parkland Conservancy, and he lobbied the city council to approve the budget. As CEO of Vigos Enterprises, he billed SBPC. As president of SBPC, he used nonprofit funds to pay himself and other board members. And then he billed the city for reimbursement for SBPC's so-called vendor expenses. This is a flagrant violation of IRS 501c3 requirements which govern SBPC. More importantly to the citizens of Redondo Beach, it's unethical self-dealing, and it was done secretly and after the fact. My fellow residents, if you donated to the Wilderness Park Project and volunteered, you paid 3 times, once with your donation, once with your time, and once with your tax dollars. And let's not forget the free advertising because they've been littering our public lands with an insane amount of signs so that they can get even more donations. You may have been volunteering for free, but SBPC was getting reimbursed, which makes me wonder, what happened to the donated money? Many nonprofits have volunteered their time and raised money for projects on city lands. Have any other nonprofits been paid for their services? In a 16-month period, so-called volunteer Jacob Varvarigos took in $9,678 plus travel and paid smaller amounts to William Pettit and Miriam Rainville. But that's small potatoes compared to what's coming if this retroactive vendor contract is approved. You should not be rewarding SBPC with a $77,000 retroactive contract. This looks a lot more like a vendor contract than a relationship with a nonprofit. So why isn't that project going out for bid like any other contract? Yes, the money was allocated in 2018, but I've read SBPC's 2018 proposal for this project, and there is nothing in it to suggest that SBPC board members would be getting personally compensated for this so-called volunteer project. All of you on the dais have known about this unethical behavior since June 1st. At the latest, you should put an ironclad firewall between this so-called nonprofit and public funds. Since this is the mayor's nonprofit, and several of you are in bed with this organization, you probably will vote yes, but you can't pretend that you didn't know that SBPC is violating IRS rules and that public funds will wind up in the pockets of the board members of this fake nonprofit. By the way, Jim Light lied. The county did not approach SBPC. The mayor and his wife approached the county about planting native plants, but then ripped out Kara's garden. They ripped out drought-tolerant plants and trees. They requested increased irrigation, and they never explained why they couldn't just plant natives between existing plants and trees. Deirdre Brand complained in writing that Kara Smith's family is suing the city, so now they want it to be a general memorial. Thank you.
I take it you won't be volunteering.
Very funny.
Okay, next up.
Wayne Craig.
Hello, I'm trying to talk now. Is it working?
Yes.
Yeah, we hear you.
Oh, great. Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor and Council. The South Bay Parkland Conservancy is one of the best things that has happened to Redondo Beach. It's a very popular volunteer group that does great things for the community and has the overwhelming support of Redondo Beach residents. I've gone to many of their events to reintroduce native plants over the years at Wilderness Park, and I posted pictures so everyone could look online and see them. All I have seen is that at these events are dozens of volunteers consisting of parents of kids wanting to do something positive in our community. I challenge any of the people critical of South Bay Parkland Conservancy to come to one of the events and see for themselves. I also challenge them to come and look at the wide swaths of Wilderness Park that have been replanted over the years. It's quite impressive. Sadly, a pic was posted recently on one of those hate-filled social media pages that we see popping up all over the city, showing a sign at Wilderness Park and claiming nothing was done. Well, for the people who posted that pic, why did you only take one in an area that was recently planted? You see, native plants need time to grow, and that doesn't happen in just a couple of weeks. Next time, why don't you take pictures of the other areas that are clearly thriving? For those few South Bay Parkland Conservancy detractors and their perhaps 4 followers, please just stop already. Get out from behind your keyboard and do something good for the community for a change. In closing, I urge the city to continue to support the South Bay Parkland Conservancy and their various efforts across the city. Thank you.
Okay, any more public comments?
Let's try Lisa Rodriguez once more. Just a moment, please. Ms. Rodriguez, you're good to go. Don't know what's wrong with her connection.
Okay, well, we can come back. Any more?
We do have some e-comments, and I will ask Melissa to read them out loud. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, we have 2 e-comments. The first one submitted by Mara Lang. As a longtime resident of Redondo Beach and a somewhat new SBPC board member, I am really proud of the work we have done for the community and the relationship we have with the city. When I first joined the board, I did not fully understand the importance of native plants or how it can transform land into habitat. Now that I have been planting natives support local seabirds, butterflies, bees, and other wildlife, I cannot think of a more important movement than to rewild underutilized city-owned parkland like that at Wilderness Park. If you plant it, they will come. Together with my family, we have spent hours at Wilderness Park planting. My husband staked all the new trees in Wilderness Park. The SBPC organization does not just consist of the board members, but their family members and the volunteers that come out weekend after weekend. The entire organization is excited to formalize our relationship with the city and grow our work. I thank the city for giving SBPC the opportunity to create these important changes in Redondo Beach. And the second comment was submitted by Maggie Healy. Earlier this year, residents alerted the council to issues with the South Bay Parkland Conservancy, from lack of compliance with tax and disclosure laws to the SBPC president using his commission seat for profit. Mayor Brand and council members Narenheim, Lowenstein, and Obaji dismissed the residents' concerns and publicly chastised residents who spoke about the lack of transparency and accountability. These men weren't concerned that SBPC was violating the law or that they were operating in Wilderness Park without an MOU or contract. They were okay leaving the public out of the planning and leaving the city completely open to liability. They talked about the wonderful volunteerism by SBPC until the city attorney called attention to the fact that the SBPC was billing the city for work at Wilderness Park for what we now know was $28,000. This came as a shock to residents since other volunteer organizations don't bill us. And then a concerned resident alerted the city manager with evidence that not only was the president of SBPC involving the city for work done by his own company, but he used his Recreation and Parks Commission position to promote the funding that he intended to direct to his own company, a clear ethical violation. I'm heartened to see that the city attorney and city staff are recommending that the council bring SBPC back in line with the city's policy for nonprofit partnerships, but it lacks protections. One, will SBPC President Barbarigos be required to step down from his commission appointment for ethical violations? Will he recuse himself to avoid conflicts of interest in self-dealing? He is a direct beneficiary of this MOU and doesn't pass the smell test right now. Two, does the MOU permit the city to audit the public donations that come to SBPC for the Wilderness Park project? Otherwise, I don't see how we can expect transparency given the history here. Three, the park has been heavily peppered by SBPC signs which hinder the natural experience and assign all credit to SBPC. I know there are many fine volunteers with SBPC, but the city taxpayers are paying for most of this. Minimize signs and include the city website. And that concludes the comments for this.
Actually, there's one additional comment, Melissa, from Leslie Campeggi. Do you see that? If not, I can read it.
I do not, Vicki.
I will read it now. Submitted by Leslie Campeggi, Ms. Healy falsely asserts that a Parks and Rec commissioner is somehow able to use his commission seat for profit. He's one vote on the commission, not possible for one person to have empirical control. The Parks and Rec Commission has no governing authority to oversee what takes place at Wilderness Park. For Healy and a few others to insist the city is somehow having the wool pulled over their eyes and lacks protections regarding invoicing and payments for professional services is absurd. The matter is right here on the city council agenda being discussed publicly with city staff recommendations to ensure transparency, as well as city approval of the scope of work and costs, establishing a more formalized partnership with SBPC to help maintain Wilderness Park. The South Bay Parkland Conservancy has not been a covert operation of any kind. They frequently conduct public outreach for volunteerism and publicize their activities. It's disheartening to see the same handful of people who have a personal agenda against the mayor behave as though something is happening via backroom deals with the nonprofit group he co-founded, but hasn't participated in personally as a board member for quite some time. A handful of people seem to discredit the city staff and city ability to oversee and partner with the South Bay Parkland Conservancy. And in listening to Mr. Ted Saman from the city speak, he stated, it's been a pleasure for the city to work with the SBPC, and they're recommending formalizing the partnership. Not once did the city manager or city attorney express that Ms. Healy is asserting in her e-comment that the city needs to bring SBPC back in line. They're simply memorializing a partnership structure based on the success of the collaboration, working relationship, and results that have benefited Wilderness Park, the city, our youth groups, and the public enjoyment of this precious resource. I'm going to refresh our screen just to make have another comment submitted. Nope, that concludes comments. And yeah, I don't see any other hands raised. We're good.
Okay, thank you, Vicki. Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, so I just have some questions. Thanks to Jim and Jacob for their enthusiasm and to the group for all their volunteer work that they've done. But my questions are specifically related to process, procedure, and transparency. So the original motions in 2018 set aside funding for Wilderness Park in very specific areas. It did not set aside money for the South Bay Parkland Conservancy specifically, and nor did anything come back to us as a council to approve that. And an MOU now is coming back 3 years later. And so I'm really trying to understand why we're doing cleanup after 3 years and we've already paid out a bunch of invoices. I know that some of my colleagues on here would have problems with that with any other vendor or group. And so I'm super curious as to how this happened.
Can you answer that, Ted, or what's going on with that?
I wish I could. That the operation or the oversight of this was under community services in the past. When after John LaRock had left, we at Public Works had received the more recent invoice, and I believe it's invoice number 10 as outlined in the packet. When we looked at it, we did see that there were some charges for staff as well as plant material, and we started to ask questions about that. And after conversing with our city attorney's office, it became clear that an MOU needs to be in place for us to be able to authorize such payments. And I think that's what brought forward what we are looking at tonight.
Right. Okay.
And Mayor and Council, let me offer a few comments as city manager. This is not our finest moment as staff right now. While we're appreciative of the volunteer efforts on the part of the South Bay Parklands Conservancy, we're not perfect as staff. What should have happened if we were to rewind the clock before the first bill was paid to the South Bay Parklands Conservancy, there should have been an MOU in place. That was not brought forward by staff. It was not brought forward by the South Bay Parklands Conservancy. I'm going to put my hand up and say, as staff, we missed that, and we should have not made that mistake at the beginning of this process. So anyway, it's not ideal. There is a part of this that is cleanup. We do not pay contractors without a agreement in place. What happened here is reference initially to working with South Bay Parklands Conservancy as part of prior budget discussions in terms of the coordinating volunteer efforts, in terms of coordinating the plant selection. That changed over time into paying a couple, Mr. I don't know how to say your last name. That changed over time. And in the meantime, we had different directors from community services overseeing this work. It actually was caught by the interim community services director, Lori Koike, who raised the question first, do we have an agreement in place to pay this invoice that wound up on our desk? And so, yeah, this is a cleanup. Had we done our job as staff in the way that we should have done our job, we would have brought an MOU to you some time ago. So, yeah, what happened? We're not perfect as staff, and we should have brought it forward earlier.
So is it fair to say that typically we would either do an RFP or use an existing vendor for purchasing materials like all the native habitat plants and or any other work that, say, is not done by Alberto and his crew?
Ed, you want to take that?
Sure. Not necessarily an RFP unless we're really purchasing a large volume and a costly volume of plant material. Most of the material here as purchased could be done informally. We do have nurseries that we work with, that we know pricing on, and it makes it a lot easier for us to go through the nurseries that we have to do so. Obviously, in certain cases, they may not have all the plant material, so you may still have to shop around for or through other nurseries to find the plant material necessary.
Okay, and then we do have Alberto on staff, and he does a lot of design related to like our other parks and projects, CIP projects we have in the parks. Those usually go through a pretty public process where people get to weigh in on what's happening. That doesn't seem to happen here, but we're working with a nonprofit volunteer organization. Do we typically pay nonprofits for site design, or is that something we do, or if a volunteer organization is doing work in Wilderness Park, like in one of the staff reports, it mentions USC doing work. Are we paying them for site design?
No, we would not have paid. As an example, when USC came in, they had their alumni volunteers. We provided the plant material, and they did the actual planting of the trees, which they've done a few times since I've been here, at least. Generally speaking, in terms of a design, especially if it's something that's going to be modifying a park or a landscape area. We as staff, if it's something minor, obviously we can do a lot of that in-house. If it's something substantial, we will go through a design process and come back to the council for review and consideration to determine if that's in line with the council's thought process. My recollection, and it's purely my recollection, was that this was a smaller portion of Wilderness Park initially when the restoration of native plant material was being explored, especially since the budgeting or the budget response report that approved that funding had identified limited funding for that particular area of wilderness.
Okay, and let me say what my understanding was, is that we were supporting the South Bay Parkland Conservancy to host special projects and events within the park, not that we were hiring them to do work. And so that's where I have an issue with the process and procedure. And I appreciate, Joe, that you're explaining how that came to be. Because, you know, I assume people are donating. Clearly, there's not only the SBPC, but there's the Friends of Wilderness Park. When we have other groups that are coming in or that are raising donations, do those donations go through the individual nonprofit, or does the city have a holding fund for those if they're being specifically designated to a specific project? How does that work?
Joe, I'm going to ask for your help on this.
Yeah, the only other thing I can think in terms of would be the various projects that have been done through the chamber, the leadership Redondo projects, where there is an interest in a project. There's fundraising that begins, but what we've learned over time is that before the fundraising gets underway, that there's a need to bring the project to the council, to have an MOU in place, to have basically a partnership agreement that is presented to the council. Once there's concurrence on the project, the scope of work, the expectations of the staff, the costs of maintenance, and concurrence on the project, the MOU's in place. You have the concurrence on the part of the community, the city council, the leadership group and the chamber. Fundraising begins, the project moves forward. So typically, you know, that's how that works with the chamber projects. I think there have been times in years past where there was not an MOU going back many, many years, but in the time that I've been here, the past 7 years, we've always had MOUs in place. There are guidelines for putting those together. The contributions typically are, I believe, through chamber held by a separate foundation. Once the funds they reach their fundraising target, then there's a contribution back to the city.
Okay, so you know, I mean, I volunteered a lot in a lot of different organizations here in the city, and I typically don't get paid for any of my time. So
that's called volunteering.
I'm sorry.
That's called volunteering.
Yeah, it's exactly, that's volunteering, right? So you know, I guess this question is for the city attorney. To the point of one of the questions that came up by a resident, is there any conflict of interest for Mr. Varvarigos, who is the president of the organization? He's also a Recreation and Parks Commissioner. That was brought up. Is there any conflict of interest because he is receiving remuneration for the work he's doing as the president through his own consulting company, and the fact that he's sitting on an advisory body?
Are you speaking of past tense or going forward?
Well, I guess past tense, we're already past that. I mean, you can comment on it, but yeah, going forward would be, I saw there's a clause in the MOU related to that. So
right. So he can't, going forward, he'd have to recuse himself on anything that is before him. He's not a council person. But certainly, if the council wishes us to look in it in more detail, we will.
Okay. All right. And let me just see if I have anything else here. No, that's it. I just want to make sure that we are, not dropping the ball on things like this in the future. I know, to your point, Joe, my leadership Redondo class had to go through. I remember getting yelled at by Bill Workman the first time I ever met him because he had a problem with the previous class and things were going wrong, and he wanted us to be fully squared away, before we ever got moving, and so we had to have the MOU and everything squared away before we, did anything related to our project. So I appreciate that. That's all for me today.
Okay, Councilmember MD.
Vicky, can you check to see if Lisa can get back on, because she texted me her words, but if she could get on there, that'd be great.
She is logged in on her phone and online, so I can try to recognize her again. I also have one other person that wishes to speak as well.
Okay. I mean, I can read it for her, but I think she'd rather do it herself.
All right.
And also, can you
Yeah.
send
I think she sent it to both the city clerk and me. Hold on.
Perfect. Just want to make it part of the
Yeah,
record.
no. She sent it to both. She sent it to the city clerk too.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and try to recognize her once more. I've tried 3 times to unmute her. I'll try one more time.
Okay.
Just a moment, please. Ms. Rodriguez? You are unmuted. You are able to talk if you can.
So I'll say hers and me. Kudos City Attorney Mike Webb and Interim Community Services Director Lori Corky, who demonstrated integrity and moral character in bringing awareness of these unauthorized payments and inexplicable dealings of SBPC. Just so we're clear, these are Lisa Rodriguez's words. All right, just so we're all clear. How exactly did this 501c3 organization move from volunteering to invoicing without proper oversight, authorization, or approvals? Before I go into the various reasons why this item should be denied, let me first remind the mayor and council of the core values outlined by the city's homepage. It seems you have moved away from what is stated. Welcome input from our employees and community. Engage the community in a respectful, approachable, and sincere manner. Commitment to careful stewardship of public funds and resources, demonstration of moral character to do the right, thus building trust and transparency. Keep this in mind when hearing from your constituents. I would like to appeal to your reason, logic, and senses and ask for your unbiased attention and diplomacy. That said, I'm fully expecting personal attacks, disparaging commentary, and criticism, as is the case when members of the community speak of opposing viewpoints to this council. Let the record show that approval may violate our official city charter. According to city charter, all checks require approval of the city council prior to issuance, yet $18,000 was paid. Charter section 19, every contract involving an expenditure more than $1,000 shall be let to the lowest responsible bidder after notice of publication in the official newspaper by one or more insertions, the first of which shall be publicized at least 10 days before the opening bid. Yet we are seeking to contract with an organization without doing so and without any review of financials, vetting processes. President Jacob Varvarigos, who is Bill Brand's Measure C appointee on the Rec and Park Commission, admitted on public records to not being compliant with public records request of his organization, fails to file timely returns, 2017, and his self-dealings of more than $8,000 place him at risk for inurement. City Charter, Section 19.2 states city officers shall not be interested in the contract made by them in their official capacity or anybody or board of which they are members. Any willful violation of the provision of the section shall be grounds for removal from office. Yet Bill Brand's founder of SBPC and the current advisory board member, Public Records, June 14, 2015, reveal him advising co-founder of a political action committee. I think the SBPC, this is in quotes, can collect funds that are tax deductible and file suit. They better get it together quick though, submitted in a previous blue folder item. Furthermore, how can our public funds and resources be safeguarded against an organization known best for soliciting funds to bring lawsuits against the city. Let's not forget that Jim Light serves as Secretary of SBPC, as former founder and president. As president of Building a Better Redondo, he's the appellant for various lawsuits against the city of Redondo Beach and is the funding mechanism for ROW, a political action committee. Nils Narenheim, a co-founded ROW Political Action Committee, as mentioned, partner of SBPC to bring lawsuits against the city. For this conflict of interest, he should recuse himself from voting on this item. Final thought. When the state of California is just chomping at taking our local control, please don't place our city at risk. Please don't allow our city to fall into fraud and corruption, which seems a likely destination of where things may be headed. Deny this item and remove the 60 stakes referencing SBPC currently polluting Wilderness Park. Those are the end of Lisa Rodriguez's comments. Now it's me. This item is causing controversies and an optics issue. And at best, this is simply a case of exuberant volunteers running ahead of our processes. But these processes are meant for transparency, for an allowance of public comment, and for clarity. And the lack of an MOU means that there wasn't clarity of what is expected or allowed. And an MOU defines these roles and responsibilities. So the lack of clarity caused a lot of these issues. And Jacob just started billing and then staff just started paying. There are several signs in Wilderness Park that are, but if we are paying SBPC for their time, then the signage is being unclear at best and it's misleading at its worst. It should be both the city of Redondo Beach and SBPC on those signs at the very minimum. Council never agreed for SBPC to take over the entire park. The MOU reads more like a work contract. So if SBPC is now a vendor, then it should have been opened up to other groups. That's just the bottom line of it all. So you've got to admit that this is a optics issue, and all of these things that are being brought up are fair points. Having said all that, I don't have anything problem with the SBPC, their messaging, what they're doing, or any of that. But the fact that they're getting paid is truly problematic. There isn't another, when people say they're volunteering for an organization, they're volunteering, just like Mr. Obagi said, they're not getting paid. And that's where the problem lies. I am sure Jacob's not doing anything wrong. I'm sure most of the people here aren't trying to do anything wrong. They're trying to do something good. But the optics of the way this is going and being handled and being pushed down, you've got to admit, does not look good. So just think about that when you're doing anything going forward on this, okay? So, and you're right, Vicki, I think there was one more person.
Yes, Susan Cordone is wishing to speak. May I go ahead and recognize her, Mayor Brand?
Sure, go ahead.
Ms. Cordone?
Hi, I didn't realize I had raised my hand, but since I am here listening to the meeting, I feel strongly that what Lisa Rodriguez and Councilmember MD is talking about, it's very, very important that we remain collaborators with an entity that's a nonprofit, such as that you speak of. This park is for all of the residents, and I too do a fair bit of volunteering. Unfortunately, I haven't been there lately, but I am dismayed at the fact that once I do go and visit, I'm going to be surrounded by a considerable amount of signs asking for donations. So I really want the council to think deeply about this and realize that the city park is an asset to all of us, and that if there are untoward finances going on between the organizers and this MOU thing, I think that it should really be looked at very, very closely. I'd like to see complete and total transparency. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Any other public comments?
Doesn't appear so, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Obagi.
Right. Just a couple questions. I'll try to make it quick. Joe, question for you. Was the mayor involved in any way, or any of the council members involved in any way, in the omission of an MOU between the city and the SB Parkland Conservancy?
Not that I'm aware of.
Right. Okay. Jacob, are you, Mr. Varvaregos, are you still on the line? Can we unmute him, please?
I just did.
Thank you.
Well, I thought I did.
Yes, I'm still here.
Howdy. I've heard now about $9,000 and $12,000 figure go from the SBPC to you or your company. Can you clarify for us whether that is like remuneration for you being the executive director of the SBPC, or it's reimbursement for native plants, or what those payments are?
Yeah, it's very clear. And to be honest, I'm probably one of the few people who actually knows what's going on here, because I was working with John the Rock from the beginning, and now he's gone, and so he can't talk to it. But basically what happened for the first 2 years, one of the first meetings I had with John the Rock was asking him about putting an MOU into place. His comment to me was, no, that's a complicated process, and we can tackle that later, since we were working with just pilot programs in smaller quantities. And that was the first 2 years of the project. John the Rock advising me directly. And I said, well, John, we can't scale this without paying our project manager, which was me, for time spent on the project, putting it together. And so he guided me in 2019 to figure out how to submit the invoices for what kind of services. And he said that now was the time that it had been approved for. So I was only ever just following his suggestion, and never really knew that I was operating out of purview, I guess. As far as being the president of the nonprofit, yes, I am a volunteer, and according to law, I can submit for remuneration for services rendered. And in this case, a fraction of the hours and time that I've devoted to Wilderness Park, only when I was doing it multiple times a week for months, did I say, listen, I can't keep doing this for free. We would hire a project manager normally to teach volunteers how to work, teach them about plants, to educate them, to organize the event from start to finish and be responsible for all of that. That's a huge job. And I devoted the first 2 years completely, all my time. And
I appreciate that. And I actually don't doubt a single thing that you're saying, but here's what I'll say is, for the appearance of impropriety to not be there, it would be helpful if you distance yourself from either one of those two positions. Either you're not project managing or you're not being executive director, but to have both of them just subjects you and us who support, subjects to SBPC and subjects us who support the volunteer efforts and the native planning efforts and the environmental efforts of the SBPC, to undo scrutiny and criticism from people who have nothing better to do. So please take that, take the appropriate steps to dispel any appearances of impropriety from the work that SBPC is doing. And thank you so much for all the great work that you have done.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Jacob. I know you've done a tremendous amount of work. Joe or Ted, is there any reason to think they did anything except plant plants and trees out there with the money that we paid? I mean, there were invoices for plants and work performed. Is there any indication that something nefarious was going on other than the planting of plants and trees in Wilderness Park?
Well, maybe I can address that. I think it is, and I've spoken to Jacob. He knows.
I appreciate that, Mike, but I'd like to have an answer from Joe, the city manager, or Ted Simon, the public works director. I mean, they're the ones that were intimately involved with this. I mean, is there any indication at all, any indication whatsoever that there was anything nefarious going on other than the planting of plants and trees in Wilderness Park?
Well, I can address that because I was involved at the start. But
Well, I'm not going to get an answer out of the city manager or the public works director. You don't know, or?
Well, my involvement in this has come about very recently. I have not had conversations with Jacob about this. I've not had interactions with the volunteers. This first came to my attention really as an issue when Laura indicated as interim director that she had concerns about payments for invoices. And so in terms...
So there are invoices.
I'm sorry?
There are invoices.
All the invoices, all the documentation's in the packet. It's all there. But in terms
no
of...
indication that anything was paid for other than what are actually on the invoices.
I have no reason to believe that there was, anything.
I'm pulling teeth here. All right. Well, I'm sorry. Mike, I interrupted you. I apologize. It's just,
So what I was going to say is I think it is something that a misunderstanding evolved over time. So I'd spoken to Jacob and I'd spoken to John LaRock when Lori Koki sent this amendment to the MOU. And we asked, well, where's the MOU? And there was no MOU and payment had previously been made. And where John LaRock differs in his memory is he remembers that it was supposed to be for reimbursement for plants, for materials like coloring books for kids, and for their reimbursement for mileage because their gardener had to go to a nursery in East Orange County. His memory is that it would not be for management services. Jacob has a very clear memory that it was different. And so what this is bringing it to you all and making it retroactive because we have to not only cover the past due payments that were, the past payments that were already made, but we also have to pay, if the council wishes to, the invoices that were held by Ms. Koike when they couldn't find an MOU. So I would say it's more misunderstanding than nefarious. And I think it's for the council to decide, do you want to have this vendor contract with this agency? That's up to you, but we need this to make it proper. I also think, though I haven't seen them, I'm told that these warrants would have been on the council agenda.
They are.
And therefore, even though it's not proper without an MOU, it wasn't like there were secret payments. So I think it was a misunderstanding and that developed over time, which is why one of the reasons you need an MOU to make it clear. And now it's up to you. Do you want to codify, make everything that went before? We don't like doing retroactive contracts, but this is the way to do it to make it,
right.
Make it okay.
And going
forward. Yeah.
And going forward, we got a proper MOU now. Should have had one a long time ago. They're just a nonprofit and just doing what they're told, apparently, planting plants and trees. I have no reason to think anything nefarious is going on here.
It's nothing nefarious. Yeah, nothing nefarious, but you have to decide, do you want to pay for the project services? Because that is different from common understanding of volunteer effort. Now, I think, Jacob would correctly say, well, we're magnifying the volunteer efforts because we are donating services, but you have to decide, is that something you want to pay? I know a lot of times recently you've pushed back on staff for not doing RFPs. Well, here there wasn't even an MOU, but I would not use nefarious. And now it's up to you to decide, is this contract good? Do you want to make any changes to it? It's all with you.
Sure. And the grand total we're talking about is $18,000.
Yes, which is below the threshold for RFPs for goods.
Yeah, I mean, we're not going to do an RFP for $18,000.
No, it's $77,000.
Going forward. Yeah, Mike, can you clarify how much money we're talking about for me?
Well, I think that would be better for Ted, but the 18,000 is the previous amount that I understand.
Yeah, what you were talking about now, right. About what we have to decide about.
Yeah, that's 18,000 going
in arrears.
I would say that I don't think it violates the charter, although I appreciate Ms. Rodriguez's compliments and comments because it fits within maintenance or repair. And for the record, I didn't know she was complimenting me. That's not why I said Councilwoman Menendez had to send it to the clerk. I was just trying to make sure it was part of the record.
Well, let me just tell the SBPC, don't get discouraged. And the criticism is not going to stop. The roots of this criticism are much deeper than this particular issue. Don't need to go into it. We got more important things to do. This happened up in Rancho Palos Verdes when, the PV Land Conservancy was forming. Bill Ayler, who was the founder of that, warned me. He said, Bill, there'll always be people opposing it. There were people opposing the Portuguese bend purchase, what they did up there. They come down and vehemently oppose it. And they just have to move forward and move past it, and did quite well, continue to do quite well. And the city does have contracts with the PV Land Conservancy. I mean, this is what cities are supposed to be doing, contracting with nonprofits that can do things a lot cheaper than they can and a lot quicker. So I'll just tell the SPPC, you guys keep up the great work. Don't be discouraged. Don't expect this criticism to stop. And you guys just keep on moving forward, planting plants and trees and native gardens and community gardens and whatever else you guys got planned. You got the full support of the mayor and the majority of this council and of the community, most importantly. Community is quite proud and quite happy with what you guys are doing. You're going to see that at the Beach Life, and people are really encouraged. So don't you guys get discouraged. Just keep up the great work. Councilmember.
Mayor, if I may, back to your question, the overall value of the MOU is for $77,300. The $18,316.50 that was mentioned, those were the payments that had already been made on invoices 1 through 8. What's pending is invoice number 10, which is inclusive of invoice number 9 at $10,605.
So the invoice number 10, Ted, is the one that Mike Webb was talking about that we have to decide if we're going to pay.
Correct. That's the pending invoice for services rendered.
Okay, got it. Thank you. Councilmember Narenheim.
Thank you, Mayor Brand. Yeah, I'll just say that, I want to thank Mr. Joe Hefkin for taking responsibility for this. This is what I call growing pains. And like Mr. Hefkin said, it's not the best day for city staff, but you guys are taking responsibility. So huge kudos for staff for taking responsibility for this. And this is just growing pains, and we're doing a lot of volunteer work here. This is what happens for volunteers in a city that's utilizing more volunteers in a point in time where we don't have the resources anymore. So super glad and stoked that we have these people willing to step up and do something. And for people that they're going out and be the naysayers, they're latching on to all sorts of falsehoods and misdirections. And it's just, they need to get out there and volunteer and spend some time with some plants and the community members. And, I've got a lot of complaints about the food trucks on the Esplanade. I didn't listen to them either. And, we see here how 1 or 2 people can really change things up when in fact the greater community as a whole, neighborhood as a whole, loves the things that are actually happening. So always keep that in mind. And lastly, I'll just say, there is a check register every single month. Anyone can see every single check. I go through the check register pretty closely. I've brought things up to the disheartening love of staff and our city attorney and other people in city finance, and people said, hey, well, why are you bringing up these particular checks? So they're there for everyone to look at. It's all on the open. And thanking Councilmember Ginsburg for actually a couple of years ago adding more line item and detail to those checks. So definitely go there. So and look up those finances. So I'm just going to make a motion to approve this consent calendar item H23.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, there's a motion by Councilmember Narenheim, second by Councilmember Lowenstein, I guess to approve the memorandum, the MOU between the city and the South Bay Parkland Conservancy regarding habitat restoration at Hopkins Park. Okay. Hang on one second, you guys, I lost my screen. There it goes. Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, I'm going to make a substitute motion to approve the MOU retroactively to pay the outstanding invoice 9 and 10. And then going forward, I think to remove any, to Councilmember Obaji's comments, to remove any potential perception of impropriety to either do an RFP or have the future purchases of materials and or site design be handled through either Public Works or one of our existing vendors that we already use, or do an RFP for those services, and then allow the SBPC to function in a purely volunteer perspective with whatever happens there programmatically.
So you want to keep paying the people that we're already paying, and then make sure that we don't pay this group that's organizing volunteers to go work and bring in native species. No,
that's not what I said. I said I want to issue the MOU for the retroactive work so that it's there on the record. Pay them because they did the work and it was invoiced, and I think that's only fair at this point. And then for any future work, to separate the two entities so the SPPC can function in their volunteer capacity, and any invoicing for project materials or site design or whatnot is completely separate. And then that should remove any perception of impropriety from anyone out there that has raised that concern.
I'll second that.
Does that make sense? Ted, what does that mean will happen going forward?
I understand Councilman Horvath's motion here. It sounds like the design services and project management services would be conducted by others outside of the SBPC, essentially. Is that correct, Councilman Horvath?
Correct. We would either do an RFP if it was appropriate, or if you already have vendors that you currently use within maintenance and operations, then that would be an option as well.
Does that make sense? That sounds like he's just giving you direction not to contract with the SPPC without an RFP.
That's not what I'm understanding. I'm understanding design services and project management to be done by others than SVPC. The purchase, if you will, of the materials could still be done through the city or through them and the reimbursement from the city, but not necessarily the design services or project management services that were provided, or that are being provided or proposed to be provided in the future.
I think that was a question, Christian.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't hear it as a question. I thought he was just trying to restate it.
You agree?
Yes, Ted. To your point, yes. Either exactly what you said, or if it required you to do an RFP, then you could do so.
Well, I thought you formed that as a question, Ted. You wanted to know a clarification between design and actual work being done. Was that your question?
No, Your Honor. I think there are two distinct items that as I looked at the previous invoicing, or at least the pending invoice, there's sets of services that are being provided by SPPC that they're seeking reimbursement for. Those services are for project management, which is Mr. Barbarigos' portion, and Mr. Pettit that for his design services. Those two services, if I'm understanding Councilman Horvath's motion, would no longer be rendered through SBPC, that we would either go through an RFP or look at a bench of consultants that we have available to utilize them for that service, while SBPC continues to volunteer implement the planting work and other work, and we will pay them for the material that are purchased through the MOU.
Okay, so it's design services that
to go out to an existing firm that's on a list for design and then go to the SPPC is what you're saying for work.
Yes, that's how I understand it.
Right, and that what is it? Councilmember Horvath might inquire before we vote on it. What is the benefit of doing that besides to trim down the work that SPPC is doing?
Again, it's just to remove those questions of any conflict of interest or impropriety, to the point that you made earlier. I think it just would be cleaner. And then the SBPC can fully function in its volunteer capacity, doing their plantings and whatever it is they do in collaboration with Public Works.
Mm-hmm. Okay, there's a motion and a second.
I got a question.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Councilmember Narenheim.
So are you specifically excluding SBPC and all the other companies right now from being able to bid on that? Is that what the motion is?
No, not necessarily, actually, because if Ted goes to his bench of preferred vendors, then that might preclude that. But if he says he doesn't have a bench of people that would be able to provide those services, then he would go out for an RFP, and then the SBPC could actually, I guess, be a bidder on that. Yeah.
So the way I'm seeing it, this is a great referral to staff at the end of the day, so that we can separate this discussion out at a later time. It's 9:19 at night. It's H consent calendar. I'd rather just approve this item, and then I'll support you with motion to staff to bring us back at a later discussion so we can talk about this in greater detail, because I'm not sure. Yeah.
I think if we go back to your motion, Councilmember Narenheim, then it's already setting forward a precedent, and it sets forward for the remaining monies, the $77,000 for the contract to go forward. So I'm trying to cut a distinct line from services that have already been rendered versus services going forward.
Yeah, I'm fine with leaving it the way it is right now, and then having staff come back and making a new or us having a full discussion about what it would be like, because I'm not sure if saving, if there is any savings, it's going to be more expensive. It could cost $20,000, $30,000 more, and now we're wasting a bunch of time. Just a quick separate discussion on this, I think, is my preference. So that I'll be voting no on this for now.
Well, the whole point of working with a nonprofit is for them to come in and do these small types of projects and get them done quickly and not spend months going out for an RFP for, minor design services. I don't know. Ted, at what point do you consider this no longer minor and you need to do an RFP? I mean, that kind of goes with anything, right? I mean, if something gets too big, then, it's time to do an RFP.
That's correct.
So is there some threshold number? I mean, are they doing something that, I would assume that you'll keep an eye on it. If they come back with something that is significant and you say, okay, we got to do an RFP for this, you would do that. You do that all the time, I imagine.
Yeah, for professional services, obviously it's not a construction bid, and therefore we do have to go through the procurement process that the city has. But because this is a professional service, it's not set in terms of a limit. It's a policy and procedure that we go through. The overall value of pending monies is going to be $48,000 and change. That's not a significant number. We do have a bench of landscape architects. We don't know if they do this type of service. You can always go back to them, ask them that question, but we're going to follow whatever direction you give us tonight.
How long does it take to go back to this bench and check with everybody, or even a few, to get work done?
If that's the direction of the council tonight, we would initiate with them this week. And
no, I meant in general, if they wanted to do a design in, say, Wilderness Park, of course, of some sort of outlay of plants, and I don't know, that's what they do, right? They do the design. They say, these are the native plants. These are the pollinators we want to plant. And then they go buy the plants and plant them. So under this scenario, you would put a stop. You'd say, no, okay, the design services, we've got to go to our bench and engage some other people first. I suppose the SBPC could get on that bench. And then how long does that normally take?
It varies, Your Honor. Obviously, we would have to have whomever we speak with has to understand the scope of that service. What are the extents? What's the size of the area that we're looking to do? That's going to drive the amount of time that they're going to be utilizing for that service. They would provide us that basically scope proposal, I would say within about a month. But just because they are an existing bench, it doesn't require the significant RFP process that we would. This was just asking for scope of services. If today, under either direction, if SBPC was to no longer charge for design services because they've already laid out what they need to do and they know what materials they're going to need and where. And if they're strictly purchasing materials, doing the services, the voluntary services, then there would not be a need to go back for design services, if you will. The project management, that's a different animal. That's again something that the council is going to have to determine or give us some guidance on the oversight of the work that's being done.
Okay, so we could either do Councilmember Horvath and Councilmember Zenby's suggestion, or we could you could just continue to work with the Parkland Conservancy and manage the work that gets done based on what they come forward with to try to perform in Wilderness Park.
Yeah, if all they're doing is purchasing plant materials and equipment to do the work itself and there's no labor charges involved, then yes, it continues on.
Okay. All right, Councilmember Lowenstein.
I'm going to try to keep this short. You're going to grind down the ability for SPPC to get volunteer work done if they have to go through an RFP for every project they're doing. I have full faith in the staff to be able to grant approval for projects that they see fit. To go through an RFP, we're doing this for the skate park now. Talk about killing any momentum you have. And while I appreciate I do appreciate the idea of making sure that everything is, all the T's are crossed and the I's are dotted, you're going to kill any momentum that these guys have. And I'm not for that. I want to make sure that work gets done. It saves us hundreds of thousands of dollars, and you're just going to throw a bureaucratic element involved in this. So I would have full faith that that the staff would manage this, Ted and his crew would manage it, or Cameron would be involved in it. And isn't it anything below $35,000 doesn't require an RFP? So why don't you just tell them to keep it below $35,000? Anything you do, and then the staff can manage it. I mean, I'm not sure why you have to throw an RFP in this process. So I'm not in favor of that. So
we just go to a vote.
You're just.
Sorry, City Attorney Mike Webb had something to say, and then.
Well, to answer your question, Todd, because you're approving a contract of $48,000 more. I can propose, just since this was a misunderstanding to begin with, I could propose something that I think could be a compromise for everybody, which would be just modify the contract to end instead of June 30th next year, make it end December 31st or January 31st of next year, and cut the amount of the contract of, future going to less than 35,000. That way they can keep their momentum going. And then Ted has the ability to reach out and see if they have a bench that can do that. And you'll have more sense of what the future work beyond this contract would be, whether it makes sense to do an RFP. So that way you could keep your momentum going. You're not putting Ted in the position of trying to limit something that you've entered into a contract awarding up to 48,000. So I just throw that out there as a way to keep it going and yet still allow the due diligence to go on.
Okay,
I'd like to make that
idea,
substitute
Mike.
motion. That's a good one. I like the compromise. Let's do that.
Second.
I have a question on that.
Go ahead, Zane. There's also a couple of public comments again. White wanted to speak again. Jacob wanted to speak again. You should put Jim on. He was giving the presentation. Can you let Jim speak, Eleanor? Or Vicky? Sorry. Jim Light.
If we were to do a cap of 35,000, doesn't that preclude us from doing the community garden that was planned for the South Redondo Park?
This is separate from the community.
It's totally separate. Okay,
That's with Mara for comments. It's a separate licensed agreement with Mara, and we'll return per your request, Councilman Nierenheim, at an unknown date when we get feedback from Mara. So that's totally different. That just allows staff to look into it, yet keeps the momentum going if you want to consider that.
Okay, go ahead, Jim.
Yeah, just a couple comments on some of this discussion. I mean, the contract requires us to document things that we never had to document before, and to may require something like draftsmen to put together what we've installed and things like that. So that has not been required to date. If you get someone in the front end of planning, I will tell you there's numerous times where we had a plan of where we were going to put what plants, and then you get there and you start digging and you find stuff that wasn't documented anywhere. We're finding watering heads that weren't documented. We're finding sprinkler systems that aren't documented. And so to sit there and have to go back and forth with some designer for final placement of plants and even plant pallets, I think we've proven that we can install a native plant habitat that works where others have failed. I mean, you go look at Leadership Redondo's project there, you will see it's obliterated. And to sit there and tie our hands to have some other contractor tell us what to do is counterproductive, and we'll just drag out things. We will miss whole planting seasons because of that. We basically have a 3 to 4 month planting season where we have to do most of the planting. And if we have to go back and forth between some design contractor, we will fail. The other portion is that if you go by like the Cowscape design guidelines for spacing of plants, we have found ways of doing plants that are more efficient and effective. In fact, the USDA is asking us to document those methods because they've been unable to duplicate our success, both on the Bluff Garden and at Wilderness Park. So if you go to a design contractor that's not been involved in this thing, and they come up and they do the standard cow plants spacing, we will fail down there. You will get overgrown with weeds. There's a huge seed bank in there that has to be overcome by overplanting. And you won't get that from somebody who's not been there and done this for 4 years. So on one hand, you're asking us to do more with professional documentation of what we're doing. On the other hand, you're saying, don't charge for that, we'll get an outside contractor. So we're kind of squeezed in the middle there. We will get nothing.
What would you prefer to happen?
Well, we're ready to sign the MOU as written. And if you want to put a cap on it where we've got to come back, most of the plants, I believe, have been bought. We give the invoice to the city. The problem happened when the city started taking more than 30 days to pay it. The contractors didn't want to deliver plants anymore. And so most of the invoices are not to SBPC and then to the plant guys. It's from, we turn in the invoice and the city's paid the plant folks. So we're overcomplicating something that's been working for 4 years. We're trying to clean up the documentation, and we haven't even been able to try to operate on this MOU that both sides agreed to, and we're trying to change it before we've even attempted it.
Yeah. Have you been paid anything, Jim? Do you get money for all the work you've done?
No, I've not been paid. And while Miriam's company has been paid for some of the drawings they did, that's for her architects, not for her. So, Jacob's the only one who's been paid.
Who's Miriam? No one knows who Miriam is.
Miriam is one of our board members who has her own landscaping company, and she, for the county activities and for the city, they've asked for some drawings. And so we use them for some drawings. Now we have found a volunteer who will do that. We did that for the community gardens. The drawings that were submitted on community gardens was done by a volunteer. We will try to do as much by volunteer as we can in the future, but there may be, you guys are demanding more plans in this and more documentation may require some hours for somebody professional to document things we're doing.
Yeah. Well, I fully support what you guys are trying to do. I think a lot of this is just rooted in political backbiting. Last time this came up, Laura MD pulled up some domain registration of the Parkland Conservancy with my name in it. It turns out I registered it before I was even a council member in 2008. Was paying for it out of my American Express card. I didn't even know it. So, all this stuff is just rooted in much of it anyway, and just political backbiting. Lisa Rodriguez files FPPC complaints against me and they get thrown out. I mean, it's just It's just ridiculous.
And I will
What
tell you
guys
the
are
number
trying to
of-
do. I mean, this is exactly what a parkland conservancy, exactly what a nonprofit's supposed to be doing. They're much more efficient. They're out there. They're doing this day in, day out for the last 4 years. The MOU was not done properly. The city manager admitted it was their fault. They should have been crossing T's and dotting I's. Parkland conservancies don't know this stuff. I mean, you know, they do what they're told, which is sounding exactly like what Jacob was doing. And now they're doing what they're told again, which is having a proper MOU so that they can move forward and we can get going and we can stop tying up a bunch of city time with really just over analyzing and over controlling because we have political opponents that, you know, we don't want to see do anything good. I mean, it's just like, you know, there's people out there, folks, that are going to dirty up anything good that gets done. Doesn't matter. Get $10 million for the Seaside Lagoon. People will come out and say there's something wrong with that and it's nefarious. You go out and plant plants and trees and try to work with the city and whatever they're doing. And, you know, you guys are evil because a couple people got paid for their professional services. So I think we need to move forward with this as is. We don't need any special accommodations. We just need to move forward and trust that the Parkland Conservancy and our staff will do things appropriate and get some things done out there and that need to get done instead of engaging professional firms that have zero experience out here and will be more expensive, more time consuming, and kill all the momentum, as Councilmember Lowenstein said. So I hope this council will just move forward and stop all this nonsensing and pandering to people who just oppose us for many, many other reasons.
I move to approve.
Measure D, really? Come on.
That's already my original motion. Councilmember Zane.
How do we revive that original motion?
There's a motion on the floor by Councilmember.
The third, the
Yeah,
second
seconded by
substitute, the
Councilmember
first
Empey.
substitute, and then
You
you.
all was perfectly described, so let's take a vote on that. Councilmember Narenheim.
Wait. I have my hand up. Hold on.
Okay, go ahead.
Hold on.
Councilmember Empey.
Okay, Mayor, just because somebody has a difference of an opinion doesn't mean they're trying to vilify you or
It's not a
anything.
difference
And
of
I
opinion.
try,
You come down here with the invoice for the
and I'm trying to
SPPC
make
and the
it
mayor
clear.
14 years ago.
This is
Yeah, we
not
know what's
about
going on
any
here,
of
Laura.
that.
We know exactly what's going on.
No,
Don't
it is
pretend
not
like
about any
you're
of
having
that.
some sort of
Would you just
genuine
hold on a
concern about
second?
planting plants and
Just
trees.
hold on a second. That is
Go ahead.
not what's going on. And vilifying people that disagree with you is not encouraging public participation.
Who
on
did I
this.
vilify?
So
How did
all
I
I'm-
vilify them?
Would you let me finish?
Well, just
So
tell me who
all
I
I'm
vilified.
trying to say is that does not serve, it does not help create an atmosphere of being willing to talk, is if you vilify people that have a difference of opinion on you.
Who did I
So
vilify
based-
and how did I vilify them? That's the third time you've used that
Oh
word.
my God. You just finished doing it. Rewind the tape and you can see how you vilified people you're trying to claim that they're trying to just politicize you and all that. They don't agree with what you did and these optics aren't good. So, but based on this conversation,
What did
I'm
you do?
going to withdraw my motion. Would you just calm down? And so then I'm going to withdraw the motion. And so that way we can vote on the original motion and move on. Because Jim Light's right, we're going to end up, complicating it. What I would have preferred to have done is just say no more hourly rate for services described after this invoice 10, but that's how I would have handled it. Instead, all these other motions got all complicated and it made it too ridiculous. So I'm going to withdraw my motion, but it doesn't serve us well to be vilifying people that just disagree with you. That's all I'm saying.
Do you withdraw your second as to Mr. Horvath's motion too?
I think Mr. Horvath was going to say something. What are you? Didn't you say that? Something like that? No? Yeah, okay, I'll withdraw my second.
Okay, so that goes back to, Mike, you had your hand up, Mike Webb? Did you mean to still have it up?
No.
Okay. All right, so we go back to Councilmember Narenheim's original motion, which was just to approve the MOUs as is and move forward. And there was a second by Councilmember Lowenstein. I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
No.
Councilmember Obaji.
I'm going to say aye with the caveat that I would like the critics of the SVPC to get involved with it so that you can be part of its great progress in Redondo.
Oh my God.
Councilmember MD. We're all voting.
I was going to vote aye until that. You know, I was out there volunteering. One of those pictures for those Boy Scout things was me there volunteering, standing that staircase.
Awesome.
Okay, so stop vilifying people. That's all I'm asking you guys to do. Just because people have different opinions doesn't mean you have to vilify them.
Oh, come on.
I'm going to vote no.
You know, Laura, you say that, and you're the one who ambushed me at the last meeting at 11 o'clock at night. Hey, look at this. Bill Brand is paying for the registry of the SBPC. So thanks for the ambush.
Or that they're contributing to my campaign. That's my favorite.
And it was coming out of my American Express card.
You know what? And you got to put all this stuff out there. And the very next day, you changed your registry. The very next day. So, you know.
Yeah, because it had been there for 14 years. I didn't even know it.
Well,
anyway,
there you go.
We're moving on. It passed 3.
Fake news.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, that's really
longest consent calendar item ever.
Longest. I agree with you.
Yeah.
Longest.
Yeah, and the votes fell right along political lines. So
no, I was going to vote yes, but you guys keep vilifying people just because they say no.
You don't.
All right, let's move on.
You don't invite villains to come participate with an organization that you support.
I know.
I wasn't inviting villains. I was inviting people who are critical to get.
Let's all move on, folks. Finally got rid of the consent calendar for crying.
Can we go on?
Got a lot of important things to do here, you guys. We haven't even done public participation on non-agenda. So next. Public participation on non-agenda items. This is the opportunity for anybody in the public to speak about anything that is not on the agenda. So you have 3 minutes and talk about anything as long as it's not on the agenda. So Vicky, do we have anybody who wants to speak under non-agenda?
Wayne Craig would like to speak on non-agenda items. I'm just
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Thank you for holding up my dinner tonight. But anyway, wanted to talk a few weeks ago, the city manager was asked how many city employees were vaccinated for the COVID-19 virus. We didn't hear back what the actual number was after he cited some concerns about HIPAA, I believe, but that really didn't seem to make a lot of sense. After all, we are talking about a pandemic and a public health issue here, not whether it's accidentally disclosed that an employee is, say, getting meds for anxiety or those other little blue pills made by Pfizer. While final FDA approval was recently granted for the Pfizer shot, why can't the city mandate all employees be vaccinated? The only reason for not doing so would be if a specific individual has a clear and valid medical reason for not getting a shot, which there are some. Now, as of 2 weeks ago, I read a report in the San Francisco Guardian that stated that LAPD has about a 52% vaccination rate, while LA County sheriffs are about 26%. Now, I don't know what it is for Redondo Beach PD because we don't know this information. However, since we interact with these other agencies on a regular basis, isn't this something we should be concerned about? At the very least, what if our Redondo Beach police officer infects someone with COVID that they engaged with as part of their normal work, like a traffic stop? The city would end up with a costly lawsuit if it could be proven that we did not take steps to ensure our officers were given their vaccine shots. Now, for kids attending school, and I believe for actually any other city employee to be hired, it doesn't require proof of polio, diphtheria, measles, hepatitis B, and chickenpox. I think we aren't treating this public health issue with COVID in the same way, which is amazing because over 650,000 people have died from it already. And now we're getting even more and more multiple mutations that are infecting us because people aren't getting their shots. Now, I'm hoping the city manager will take up this challenge with a little bit of encouragement from the city council. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Vicky.
don't have anything under e-comment, and I'm just going to ask anyone that's already signed on to raise their hand if they want to speak on non-agenda items, but I don't believe there is anyone. So,
okay.
That being said, I think we're finished with non-agenda items.
Okay, well, moving right along. Any public hearings, we'll go to item N1, discussion and possible action to modify an existing agreement with LA County Department of Animal Care and Control. So who's going to handle this, Joe?
I am, Mayor.
Keith Kaufman's going to kick it off.
Thank you, Keith.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This item is going to be presented by Acting Captain Jeff Mendens, who is our department's expert on this. He's done a ton of research, so I'll turn it over to Jeff Mendens.
Good evening, and thanks for that introduction. Let me share my screen here. everyone see that?
Yeah, looks good, Jeff.
Perfect. Thank you. Okay, so here to talk about animal sheltering and our animal services contract. As most of you know, back in 2019, Council approved a multi-year agreement with LA County Department of Animal Care and Control for our primary animal shelter services. This agreement runs from 2019 to 2024. LA County is our primary animal shelter. They also provide after-hour and limited field services to help support our municipal service officers. So in May of 2021, we got a notice about a rate increase and also a restructuring of the way that LA County formulates or tabulates their costs for our animal sheltering services. So I don't want to put everyone to sleep. I know it's been a long meeting, but the most important part of their changes is a added fee of $1 per capita resident for each city. So if you're a service city and we're a full service contract city with the county, they essentially add $1 for each resident that we have as part of their new billing methodology. So if you look over to the right side of the chart, our projected total for fiscal year 21-22 would be $80,000. Currently, we're budgeted for about $28,000 for animal services. It's a big jump. On the last couple of years, have seen an average cost of approximately $27,000. This is a big jump up. So having that information in mind, we started looking at alternatives and have some options for your consideration. On the left there, LA County Animal Control. Our current status is a full service city. Essentially what that means is LA County is our primary animal shelter. So all the animals that we collect, all the animals that people find, all go to LA County. If we have status quo under our current agreement with LA County, we're looking at that approximately $80,000 a year annual cost. It's strictly the purview of the county. It's in the agreement. The city attorney's office took a look at it. While there are always options, when it comes to changes in the terms and certain, language in the agreement, their opinion was that, we should present it to you and go from there. It wasn't like there was a strong opinion that what they were trying to do was unlawful or outside the bounds of the contract. And obviously I'll let them weigh in on that if they care to. Another option is to go from a full service city to a limited transfer service city. And essentially what that means is you still have the ability to have LA County take in animals, but they would need to transfer them to another primary animal shelter. In this case, we've looked at a couple of different options. SPCA LA is located approximately the same distance, and depending on the time of day and the traffic conditions, approximately the same travel time from our city. We've gotten good feedback from other cities that have used their service. However, they don't provide that supplementary field service option like LA County does. Our estimate based on our historical usage for the last couple of years is that the cost of going with SPCLA will be approximately $20,000 a year. Just for the sake of the discussion and because they're local, we also looked at Aaron Lovejoy's Lovejoy Foundation. I think they're roughly the same distance as the other options. They do incredible work with animals, but their primary focus is on the care of animals and not on the administrative end, and they weren't able to provide a comprehensive proposal before the timeline needed to present this for your consideration. So we know this is usually something that comes up in the discussion. I believe it was raised previously at another meeting. Everyone's aware of it. I don't know if Denise with SPCLA is still waiting in the queue, but even if she's not, I can share with you that the no-kill and socially conscious strategies are something that's universal in the industry. It's not that SPCLA is that much better than LA County. It comes down to a matter of certain circumstances. There may be animals that are just too dangerous to integrate back into the community. There may be animals that are too, sick or injured to save, and they have to be euthanized. SPCLA doesn't disclose their euthanasia numbers, and because they don't, and it's their purview to do it, whether or not they want to present that information. it's really not fair to share what LA County may do as far as euthanasia because you have no comparison. There's no context to those numbers to compare them to. But they have similar philosophies. It's published there for your review if you want to take a closer look at it. And obviously I have some background information if you care to discuss it as well. So I'm sure you have lots of questions, but essentially our recommendation is to use a hybrid program like we described in the staff report. And what that means is we would use SPCLA for our primary animal shelter services and continue to use LA County for transfer services, which would be transferring animals that are collected or recovered to SPCLA, and also use LA County as our limited field services. So after hours, when an animal incident is too large in scale for us to handle on our own, they would still provide that supplementary field services. That would be the model that we're proposing for your review.
Okay. Thank you, Jeff. So you're saying that last part where they'll provide off-hour services that, I mean, we wouldn't have it unless we contract with the county. Is that correct?
Mayor, are you talking specifically about that supplementary field services?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Supplemental field services. Yes.
Yeah, so the agreement that you approved in 2019 still allows us to request that service level. We can ask LA County or enter into the agreement. The existing agreement covers the service level from a full service city to a limited service city, and we would be able to access that limited field services to supplement our field services.
Okay. Thank you.
And for clarification, that would mean that we're not paying that $1 per capita charge to be a full service city. So if we stay status quo, LA County is our primary animal shelter, we're paying that $1 per capita charge in addition to whatever fees are incurred for the care of animals. This other option, this hybrid program, by using SPCLA as our primary animal shelter and only using LA County for limited field services and for transfer services, would essentially be pay-as-you-go, a pay-as-you-go model with LA County.
Yeah, sounds like a good way to go. Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, I was going to say that. Thanks, Jeff, for the report. The Carson shelter is a high kill shelter. It's well known. There's a lot of dogs on death row. I guess maybe that's the way to put it, because of space more than anything. I understand the need to euthanize dogs that are sick or aggressive, but I think if we can move towards the SPCLA, I would appreciate that. I think it would be great. We see how they do. They perform well, then we can, move even more towards that direction and use LA County as a backup or a supplementary when SPCALA can't come through. So I think that's a good move. And it sounds like it's also the cost conscious move as well too. So I'm in favor of that, and let's see how they do. Let's see how SPC does. So thank you.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Councilmember MD.
Given that these are our choices that are being presented, I agree with Todd. This is the better way to go. The Carson shelter is a high kill shelter, and it's completely mismanaged. It's really a terrible place to have any animal sent to. And there's a bunny rescue lady in District 4, and she was telling me that Carson only has 6 cages for bunnies, for example. And, the amount of cages that they have at that shelter I think we could do a much better job in Redondo if we just did it ourselves, actually. But let's give these people a try, and I will spare having to say all those letters like you just tried to do several times, and so what Todd just said. And then because I think we should continue to look for a little more humane, a little more efficient way to do things. I think there is other options out there. It's just that we were up against a time frame. Then
you can stop sharing your screen, Jeff. Are there any public comments?
We do have 2 in e-comment. We don't have anyone. I don't know. Actually, I see that Wayne Craig has raised his hand, but I don't think he ever lowered his hand from speaking on day 1. So I will go to the e-comments. Go ahead, Melissa.
Vicky, I think the e-comments are for Item N2.
Oh, my apologies. You are correct. I'm going to go ahead and then ask Mr. Craig if he meant to speak on this item. Just a moment, please. Mr. Craig? I think he meant to speak on J1. He didn't lower his hand. We do not have any other comments, sir.
Okay, is there a motion?
Motion to approve the SPCL ALA contract.
Second.
Okay. All right, there's a motion by Councilmember Horvath, second by Councilmember Lowenstein. I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim.
Before I vote, I just want to tell Jeff, excellent PowerPoint, great work on that. Well put together. Aye.
Nice and clear and concise. Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, thank you. Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Great presentation. Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay, there you go. Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you all very much. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is N2, and that is...
That will be Mike Wazansky presenting Seaside Living Report.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Happy to step in today for Cameron, who is ultimately on title here with this report. It's a three-part item regarding the Seaside Lagoon. The first is an opportunity for you to discuss this season's operation, and then also our recent award by the state for $10 million of reconstruction funding. We're extremely excited about that. A lot of work by many of you to help push that forward in dealing with Senator Ben Allen's office, as well as Assemblymember Marisucci. We're grateful for the state's effort. It's a real jumpstart on us moving forward with an ultimate project there for long overdue and necessary reconstruction, as we all can agree. The other part of this item is to discuss how best to go about visioning for the development of conceptual options for the space. You're all aware of the master planning effort dealing with our public amenities, siting, and scope work. This would be to sort of fill in the canvas, if you will. The SWA work is going to set the board, create frames for the various amenities, help us decide as a community where we want the various recreational functions down there to land. This visioning effort will help us decide exactly what recreation and aquatics amenities in particular would ultimately be part of our future reconstruction effort. So this is a precursor to bringing on a firm to eventually develop construction plans and specifications that would allow us to build a new Seaside Lagoon. And then the third item was part of a referral from council to consider the Harbor Commission's motion to restore the $500,000 of funding that was transferred from the Moonstone Park capital project account to the Seaside Lagoon, along with another $500,000 of available savings from our pension refinancing that was appropriated to the account for $1 million city contribution to Seaside Lagoon reconstruction. So $10 million from the state, and you also appropriated $1 million from our own accounts to supplement that effort. And ultimately, we see that money being used to take the visioning and concept work to the next step of construction documents, which would follow. So a couple of options as to how you would like to pursue the vision. We went ahead as an order of magnitude effort to determine what it might cost to bring on a few firms. We think it makes sense for us to have more than one firm help prepare options so we can give the community some different looks, some different perspectives from reputable aquatics engineering firms. We spoke to two different groups, Pace Engineering as well as Murtha Pools. Both have experience in world aquatics parks, a variety of different facilities around not only the United States, but nationally, both quality firms. But we didn't necessarily speak with them to begin the process of contracting, but to help make sure that we could realistically expect to develop a few different concepts for something in the neighborhood of $20,000 to $25,000 per procurement. So both firms, both Pace and Murtha, believe they can do that work for us. We've laid out in the staff report effectively what that scope of work would entail. So on an order of magnitude basis, we know for the $50,000 that the council appropriated as part of the budget. Hire 2 engineering firms. The question for you tonight is to determine how best to go about doing that. Do we want to begin an RFP, build an RFP, solicit other interest and come back to you? Or would you like us to simply move forward with the firms that we spoke with just for expediency's sake? The choice is yours. We'll do either. And it's ultimately your call. So we can talk more about operations this summer if you'd like. We can talk about the $10 million, anything you like as it relates to that. I will say the one point to note is that we are coming to the end of our time schedule order for Seaside Lagoon operation. Those of you who have experience on this, we operate under the purview of the Regional Water Quality Control Board as it relates to how we discharge water into the harbor. The restrictions for that discharge have increased in the last few years, and we are able to avoid expenses and fines associated with any exceedances because we've negotiated this time schedule order that gives us a little bit of extra cover, a little bit of a relaxation of the standards. That is coming to an end here in the next couple of years. Ted can give you more detail on that if you're interested. But I will tell you, even under the rules of the TSO and our current permit, we had 16 discharge exceedances this summer during operation. And as you all know, the minimum mandatory penalty for an exceedance, if it is proven to be a violation of the permit, is $3,000 per. So we're looking at potentially another $51,000 of fines for even our limited operation of the lagoon this summer in its current configuration. So we want to get out of this business. We desperately need to reconstruct the facility at some point. The lagoon's infrastructure is antiquated, as we all know, and this visioning effort will help get us moving towards that end. So I'll leave it there, and we're available if you have any questions.
Well, thank you, Mike. Really appreciate it. I tell you, this is an incredible opportunity. We're really, really fortunate to have gotten this $10 million from the state. What I would much prefer, and I had a conversation with Larry Cosmon about this earlier today, and I totally agree with him. We really need to do a much broader outreach on what we want to do with this facility. I mean, this is a really, really huge opportunity, and it could play well for a lot of different firms, be them corporate, be digital, be whatever. But the idea that you've got this great public amenities sitting right on the coast in Southern California, and the city's got a great start on the $10 million. I mean, there's a lot of different concepts that could be considered without just obviously limiting ourselves to these two particular firms. Although I liked what Pace did down at Lake Forest. That's beautiful. Got a sand feature there and everything, but on a much bigger scale. I mean, we really need to direct our staff to really take some time and get out there and really showcase this opportunity to a variety of not only just design firms, but other companies who would be interested in assisting with this and, have ideas or want to be involved. I think it's, it's really an entertainment venue as much as a public amenity. And we got to treat it as that, something where, you can convert it, make it a convertible facility so that you could ride something over it and still have a concert there over the water. You can convert it as needed. It's just such a wide open opportunity. We really got to take our time and do this right and do proper outreach. So I'd be in favor of directing staff out to do more outreach and do like a presentation, and showcase it in a way, market it as an opportunity as such, so that firms who do this sorts of thing would feel, there we have it. There'd be a blank canvas for them. So I got to maintain the swim feature. I'd certainly, and I think everybody would want to see, swim lanes that could be used year round, but also as a facility for other events, so that you could use it, in a variety of different ways. So it's just a fantastic opportunity, and I think we should not pigeonhole ourselves into just sending these two firms off. I mean, one of the firms really they just build pools, from what I could tell. So Myrtle, I mean, they just build pools. So there's a lot of firms out there that build pools, and I think this is much bigger than just a pool, and it needs some real creativity. And I got to believe a lot of firms, even some companies, will jump at the opportunity to use this and work with the city to do something really, really special So, and we've got $10 million right out of the gate. So, yeah, that'll help. It's gonna be more than that to do it right, but it's an incredible start. So many thanks again to Senator Allen and Assemblymember Miritsuchi for directing those funds for people wondering where it came from. There was a big budget surplus in Sacramento, and they were able to get a special allocation for this. It is on state land, folks. So this is land owned by the state of California, which we manage and trust. So that was a huge selling point for them. It's their land and it's a public amenity. So there you go. And in terms of the time schedule order, Mike, when does that expire?
I'm going to ask Ted to help me here, but I think it's in 2022. Ted, do we have one more full operating season, I believe, before it expires?
Correct. It's October of 2022.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we got to get going. Okay. Yeah, I favor taking some time, giving staff the direction to do much broader outreach and see what else we can come up with instead of just looking at these two firms. So anyway, Councilmember MD.
I make a motion that we move forward with the greater outreach and to go ahead and restore the 500,000 to Moonstone Park project. I also agree with you, Mayor, that the PACE brochure looks fantastic. And with a few tweaks, I think it's just, it's almost, you can almost put the Lake Forest right directly in to Seaside Lagoon. But, and they even have a wave pool option. They have different options, but I agree. It's an attraction that needs to be kind of vetted out and to see what our opportunities are, because this is a big opportunity to be able to do something truly special and unique for Redondo Beach. So that's the motion I would make.
I'll second that.
Okay, motion in a second. Yeah, I really think staff and, I'll work with you and form a presentation to really showcase it properly so that it gets people excited to do these sorts of things. Councilmember Narenheim.
Thank you, Mayor Brand. Yeah, let me just share screen here. There you go. This is the Elk Grove facility. It's a $38 million facility. Of these locations in the city of Elk Grove. And can you still see that?
Elk Grove, Illinois?
No, Sacramento, you mean?
Sacramento.
It's in Sacramento, yeah. My computer's freezing up on me, sorry. It's basically a fun water pool slide area, instructional pool area, and a competitive 50 meter, 100 meter by 25 meter Olympic pool. Massive facility. I'm not saying we should be building this massive facility. All I'm saying is that this company here, ELS, has done a phenomenal job. There was a presentation given by a member, actually Hermosa, for a different facility here, Seaside Lagoon. This is a different facility. This is La Mirada Buccaneer area with a lazy river, warm-up pool, and then a Olympic.
No, I think you're seeing something other than what we're seeing.
Uh-oh. Did my Zoom, it might have crashed here. Let me see if.
Yeah, because you're still pointing at Elk Grove.
Yeah, I'm still in Elk Grove.
Uh-oh. Let me try it. Let me try it again.
Well, you described it well.
Is that well? You see that?
Not yet.
Yeah, something slow on your end. Still coming up.
Not working right. Anyways, so I'll have to. Yeah, something's messed up. Anyway, so I'll send this over. It's a great PowerPoint slide. I'm so sorry you can't see. It's amazing. Anyways, the point here is lazy rivers and water slides, warm-up pools, Olympic-sized pools. There are some phenomenal designs out there. And Mike Wazanski, you are actually the best person to answer this question. You can dust off the old designs from 2007. I have the PDF right here. I can't show it because I don't know my screen share is not working. But 2007, 11/20, so November 20th of 2007, the multiple lazy river designs and water park designs. You want to we dust some of those off just as a starting point.
That's our actually our currently approved master plan for the lagoon. Master plan for the lagoon. now approximately 14 years old. Aquatic Design Group, unfortunately, is no longer around, or at least the engineer at the time, Randy Mendiores, I think, who helped us out. But
I have it in my office. Unfortunately, I didn't have time to get to my office and get a picture of it. But public-private partnership with Dive and Surf, they had a big layout with a lazy river design. So I totally agree with Mayor Brandt. This is phenomenal opportunities here. Seaside Lagoon, we're the only ones in LA County, even Orange County has this opportunity to do something like this. So let's, and I'd rather, just so you guys know, and Mr. Stephen Proud, I watched the Harbor Commission meeting last week or 2 weeks ago, whatever it was. And my intent when I brought this back was to get the ideas as to what we can do with it, but that after the fact, how much we know, how much room we have to deal with for the master plan. And they can kind of work together in a way, but it wasn't meant to supersede the other, so to speak. I want to make sure that we plan for one and we know where everything's going to go. And then we know with this $10 million, what we can do moving forward. So that was my presentation there when it did work. So
yeah, we see, Councilman, we see the two working in partnership, right? The master planning effort really is going to set the parameters for the site, the size, the general location, configuration. The visioning is really what fills in the facility. So we think we need both to occur. And if we wait on the visioning until after the master plan, we'll have lost, I think, key time in moving the project forward.
Agreed. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, I'm also fine with looking at expanding the scope of this or the number of people that are looking at it. And I'm fine moving the $500,000 back towards Moonstone Park. Can we backfill it with $500,000 from the Tidelands to do that, or no?
You can give us whatever direction you like. There are a variety of options there. You can appropriate $500,000 of new Tidelands funds money back in the Moonstone Park account. Lagoon at $1 million. You can transfer the $500,000 back to Moonstone and reduce the amount of money in the Seaside Lagoon budget. Candidly, I think we're going to need that $500,000 in both accounts at some point, regardless, when we finally get to building. So some of this, to a degree, is ceremonial, but ultimately it's a statement on priority and what you want to see us do with these funds. So it's really the council's call. We didn't want to prepare a budget modification for you tonight, making assumptions. Ultimately, it's a 4/5 vote that's going to be necessary to effectuate whatever transfer or subsequent appropriation is approved. So be mindful of that. And we'll bring that budget reso back to you, whatever the direction is given tonight.
Okay, then I would ask for a friendly amendment to move 500. It's moving from one to the other, moving 500,000 back into the Moonstone Park and then taking 500,000 from Tidelands, dedicating it towards the Seaside Lagoon, because I think we need the money, like you said. That'll bring us another $1 million, so we'd be at 11 million instead of 10 million. Would you guys accept that friendly amendment?
Motion, Laura, Christian?
Sure.
Christian? Yeah. Okay, there you go. Councilmember Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, I agree with the mayor. One of the reasons why I voted not to open Seaside Lagoon in its traditional sense this summer was because I saw the potential for it functioning in a more entertainment perspective, as we had kind of had some conversations with Alan Sanford. And I agree with what the mayor's saying there. It's a multi-use facility. It's not just a water facility, which it kind of functions as for families in those 3 months of the summer. There's special events that happen there. And so really thinking outside the box and how could Seaside Lagoon not just be a water facility, but be a multi-use facility that is functioning year round, I think can bring back culture, arts, as well as, the water aspects that people enjoy. I think we have the potential to do something really interesting and different here that serves a much broader group of people. So I appreciate the mayor's comments, and I think this is the right way to go.
Okay, Councilmember Obaji.
Just to add on the last comments, not just serving a broader group of people, but also being of service and utility more than just during the summertime, but using the space year round for different purposes, including entertainment and music entertainment. And I think it could really be a destination. It could make Redondo Beach a destination. Like you got to go to the Staples Center, you got to go to SoFi Stadium, you got to go to this whatever this entertainment thing is on the water that is also got a water feature to it. So what I would love to see as part of the outreach to the community is, I don't know if we have the capacity to do this in our community services department or our harbor in Stephen Proud's department, but if you could kind of set up the same type of outreach you did with the housing overlay plan, where you got comments from the public and so on and so forth, had an email address where the public could chime in with their ideas for how they envision the space. So that could help direct kind of or give information to the design team that is chosen through an RFP to design it. But that's my 2 cents. Not sure if we have that capacity.
Yeah, what we would ultimately do, Councilman, is we'd bring the firms on, and part of the attractiveness would be kind of what would their approach be to engaging the community. And we can certainly ensure that there is an input process that includes that type of opportunity for the residents after we engage in the agreements with the ultimately selected.
Yeah, and the only other thing I would say, council members, is that, the SWA group as part of the Public Amenities Master Plan has a very robust public participation program. And so as Mike Watansky was alluding to earlier, by weaving these two groups together, they have to work together so that we can understand how the pieces all fit. I think we can leverage that public participation platform SWA is creating to help us drive some of this public input for the Seaside Lagoon. So I think they'll team up well in that regard.
All right. Sounds good. That's it. Thanks.
Okay, any public comment?
Oh, we do have public comment. Jim Light would like to speak on this item.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, thank you. I'm speaking now as the chairman of the Harbor Commission. I think it's my last month as the chair. Really appreciate you guys looking at moving that 500K back. Our big concern unanimously was that, that money was set aside for Moonstone Park back in 2012. And already that money won't buy as much as it would have back then. So the buy power of that 2.4 million has been substantially reduced just by time. To further reduce it by 500K would make anything we do at Moonstone Park pretty anemic. I'm excited that y'all are moving forward and glad to see. I'm actually a little concerned on things going in parallel, but I see the necessity and appreciate, that you guys are trying to move things along. I do think, I think Director Proud and Mike Wazanski are going to have to do some refereeing, because I know the SWA subcommittee is going to want to get into the weeds on stuff. And like you said, Mike, they're kind of putting the big laydown of where things are going to be, not the details of what they're going to be. But I am a little concerned in that some of the concepts I saw Nils talk about and some of the pictures are much bigger than that space would accommodate. So if you think you're going to need more space, you're going to have to let that subcommittee know so that they can map that out somewhere in the harbor. And then the last, I would ask that you keep in mind the Harbor Commission as you go forward with the detailed design. We could form a subcommittee to support in whatever way the city seems fit. But I know these guys want to participate and help move the ball forward. And then my last comment, I'm sure you're all aware of it, but whatever we come up with has to be compliant with Measure C in our broader local coastal program and serve, low-cost visitor serving amenities on the water. So, and I'm sure you'll keep that in mind as you go forward. And that's it for me. Appreciate everything you're doing here.
Okay. Any more public comments?
Yes, we have a couple of e-comments. Melissa, will you read them for us, please?
Sure. We have 2 e-comments. The first one was submitted by Mark Hansen. I strongly urge the City Council, in accordance with the unanimous recommendation of the Harbor Commission, to restore the $500,000 in MOLB project funding. The City Council approved the voter-developed MOLB master plan in January of 2012. That same year, in consideration for temporary use of MOLB, Chevron provided $2.7 million in compensation earmarked exclusively for the design and construction of that plan, including enhanced park space and voter facilities. The voters invested several years developing the MOLB master plan, including drafting the zoning language that was adopted by the city and Coastal Commission. The voters' MOLB subcommittee included representatives from the Outrigger Canoe Clubs, the City Sailing Program, Voters at Large, and King Harbor Marina. When Chevron approached the voters, we supported their project in various ways. 1, strongly promoted all of their community meetings. 2, hosted a Chevron presentation at King Harbor Yacht Club. 3, introduced them to a wide range of harbor and community leaders. 4, calmed down voters concerned with access to their slips and the harbor. Chevron's support of the MOLB plan will provide them with continuing goodwill in the boating and harbor community. To not honor the original agreement would insult both the hard work of the boating community and the community support intent of Chevron. I strongly urge the City Council to restore the $500,000 in MOLB project funding. And that's the end of Mark Hansen's comment. And we have one more submitted by Moses Ramler. We ask the City Council for consideration to restore the $500,000 in MOLB project funding in accordance with the unanimous recommendation of the Harbor Commission. The City Council entered a contract with Chevron for temporary use of MOLB. Chevron provided $2.7 million in compensation earmarked exclusively for the design and construction on MOLB, including enhanced park space and border facilities. With the MOLB master plan being expedited through the public amenities plan, it is appropriate the funds be restored and directed for use to complete the final MOLB plan. The current approved master plan needs to be reviewed, amended, and recosted to budget according to current pricing. The earmarked monies should be available for MOLB as intended by Chevron, showing goodwill to the partnership with the city. We strongly urge the City Council to restore the $500,000 in MOLB project funding. And that's the end of Moses Ramler's comment.
Okay, I guess that's all the public comment then. And there's a motion on the floor in a second. Is the motion clear, Stephen? Or
yeah, we're clear.
Okay, great. I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
And Councilmember Imdi.
Aye.
Okay, we're moving right along. Next up is item P2. Item P2, well, actually, next up is the city manager items. Joe, did you have any items for the council?
Yeah, the only thing for your scheduling tonight, there was a question about whether there was a need to go back into closed session for the one potential case. We've since learned there's not a need to go back into closed session tonight for that one potential case. So that can be continued till next week.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, next up, mayor and council items. We move P1 to the next meeting. P2, discussion and possible action to approve council participation in public meetings via teleconference under the Brown Act. So I guess this will be up to Eleanor Manzano. Eleanor, or Mike Webb.
Actually, it's me.
Or Vicky. Okay.
I am going to share my screen. I hope that you can see my PowerPoint.
Yep.
And I am going to start the slideshow.
3 slides. I love it.
Yeah, try to make it short and sweet, especially for this hour. Okay, the item before you, sir, and members of the City Council, the discussion and possible action to approve council participation in public meetings via teleconference under the Brown Act. As everyone knows, currently it's planned that the governor's executive order expires September 30th, 2021, that basically softened the rules of the Brown Act that allowed us to conduct these meetings via Zoom and teleconference. Under the Brown Act currently, though, teleconferencing is allowed anyway through the Brown Act. Agenda must be posted at all remote locations. Accommodations for public access must be provided. A quorum must be present in the chamber per city charter to call the meeting to order, and protective face coverings remain mandatory indoors at this time due to the current CDC requirements. Considerations that we're asking from council is to set the priority of who may participate by teleconference if approved to proceed with allowing teleconference outside of the city. Would it be on a first come first serve basis, notifying the city clerk's office, or is there another method that the city council would like to consider as far as setting priority? Advance notice of council members is required. We'd have to, when we post our agenda, which is a minimum of 72 hours in advance of the meeting, and or 24 hours before a special meeting. On the agenda, the name of the council member, the name of the location, if it is a hotel or an applicable facility, and a location will be published on the city council agenda. Agendas must be posted with proof of posting at all remote locations. Council would be asked to consider would it suffice to make an announcement that would be recorded in the minutes that the agenda was posted appropriately, or shall we do require an affidavit to be signed by that mayor or that member, excuse me, that is participating via teleconference. Whoops. And then lastly, the other logistics to consider is for the mayor, council member, and for public accessibility from remote locations. Will a cell phone with a speaker suffice? Will the member of the city council uses a computer to participate via Zoom and use that speaker? And if either method is impractical, who bears any associated costs to make participation by the public possible? Such as a meeting room, use of a meeting room, or a device of some kind that the public can participate. And lastly, in closed session, to make sure that the public does not have access to that session when the council recesses into closed session, because as you know, it's a private discussion, and would not be welcome for our public participation would not be allowed. That essentially concludes the PowerPoint. I can stop sharing now, and we have those questions to answer. Number one, does the city council want to permit teleconferencing? Again, as a reminder, our city charter requires that 3 members of the council must convene or be present in the council chamber in order to go forward and conduct a meeting. And so I'm happy to answer any questions or entertain any comments or look for some direction so that we can move forward.
Thank you, Vicki. How does, if somebody elects to do, I think we're going to vote to go ahead and allow this. Mm-hmm. And if somebody is one of those people that is not in person, and you posted in the agenda, as you said, in the location, at that location, what is required for a council member to provide access to them during the meeting? What exactly are the options?
Yes, any member of the public that's interested in participating must be provided access to that location. So you would post it at the door where the meeting is to occur, and at a hotel, usually the concierge will also post it in a public place so that a public member knows to come up to room 232 or whatever where that person would be housed, and then be able to participate and listen in on the meeting. They can, as long as we have Zoom still available, they can participate by registering in Zoom and watch that way, but they have to have accessibility at your location. Does that respond to your question?
And a means of speaking and participating at the location. That's the question that the clerk has posed to you, like who's going to pay for that? Do you want to authorize the city to pay for it if you don't have adequate, equipment, if you want to do it from a hotel meeting room rather than your hotel room? so you don't have to invite people in? Does the city pay for the meeting room, et cetera? Those are the type of questions that the clerk is looking for direction from you for.
So when you say pay to be able to participate, I mean, I guess if we're back in chamber, then they can participate in the chamber, or if a council member is away at a hotel conference room, for example, they can participate still by the phone. Are we supposed to pay for that? What exactly are you talking about, man?
You have to allow a means of communicating. You have to think of every location from which a council member or you are calling in from as a satellite location. So, you know, they don't have to bring a phone. They don't have to bring a computer. They have to have an ability to participate in the meeting at that location as they would from the council chambers.
Would it suffice for that council member to just have their phone sit there and go, here you go, you can talk right here, here's your microphone, go right ahead?
Yeah, if that works, and if the council member wants to do that, I don't know how much the council member wants to do that in an ever evolving pandemic. You know, I'm not certain that sharing the phone, you're going to be able to.
Well, you can do it from a distance, right? You could just set it there. You could flip the computer around and go speak at the computer and yeah, or whatever. I mean, so that goes to my next question. So I'm immunocompromised. I'm currently on chemo, qualify for all that, whatever. And I really don't want to be inside, mask or no mask, with somebody who might be, you know. Is there possible that I could, and you know, hearing everybody, many people with vaccines are still getting infected, and it's not a problem because they're not ending up in the hospital, of course, unless you're immunocompromised, then it could be a very big problem, even though you've been vaccinated. So I guess what I would say is if it came to my participation, could I do it outside somewhere? I mean, I'd be comfortable as long as I was outside, you know, maybe down at the Seaside Lagoon or something.
As long as you could specifically describe it with enough specificity that the city clerk could describe it so anyone could find it, and that you have good enough, you know, obviously Wi-Fi or cell phone reception that you and the members of the public can communicate. So,
okay, all right. Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, I think it's about time we got to this. It's been something that I wanted to see for a long time. We had that option when we were in the school board. And with today's technology, I don't think there's any reason not to. And the other thing is, this encourages people that want to participate on city council but cannot because they have to travel for work, like myself, to be able to still be a council member and serve their constituents. So I think it's a great option. I do have a question, maybe it's for Mike. Is the quorum necessarily in the council chambers or is it within the city limits?
So under the Brown Act, it's within the city limit. However, our charter adds a more demanding provision that a majority has to appear within the council chambers. So we can be more stringent than the Brown Act. We can't be less stringent than the Brown Act. And our charter is more stringent. So 3 of you have to be in the council chambers if and when the governor's declaration of emergency ends.
Okay, that makes sense. Then, you know, the whole thing about allowing the public to speak, that's fine. I don't think we're going to get a lot of takers if one of us is in New York or someplace like that, I think. But, you know, hey, we have to do it. So I'm all for this. I think it's great. And I think it'll lead to still productive meetings. I don't think it's an issue anymore, especially with the new chambers. And so I'm going to vote for this. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember MD.
One thing that's not on here, and I'm looking at your excerpt for the Redondo Beach Unified School District. When I was on there, I thought one of the rules was it had to be within the United States. Can you do this outside the United States to participate?
Actually, I don't know that it's not outside the United States. I think it's in any location where you provide public access. So I'm not aware of any rule that specifies it must be in the contiguous 50 United States.
Okay.
Is that it? Okay, Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, so before COVID, my legislative committee for the Clean Power Alliance does this, right? And Vicky or Eleanor would post a sign out front and one in the conference room back where we do closed session, where we usually have food set up. And so that door is wide open. Anybody can walk in during that meeting. And it's a teleconference meeting. But going back to the mayor's question about the health issue, right? And just this kind of COVID situation, I'm actually kind of more curious about that, right? Because that's really, I think, what's driving this conversation right now. And if you were to do it, and maybe this is a question more for Mike, but if Bill was in his home or I'm in my office here, does the public have to be in the same physical room as you, or can they be at the same location as you, as long as there is some type of access, audio or visual for them? So, could somebody stay outside at Bill's house if he had an audio hookup and or a video hookup, or do you physically have to be in the same room? That's what I'm trying to really grasp here,
Well, I wouldn't say there's a lot of case law on that specific point. But I would say you're supposed to consider it as a satellite location. So would you think it's okay to tell people you can address the council from outside the council chambers? We'll set up a microphone for you, and you can't see them, you can hear them, and you can speak to the council from a microphone. I don't think that would work. If we also have our order. Now this invites litigation, but you can also, there's a county order on health, the governor's order on health, and city declaration of emergency. And under our charter, if it's not safe to have it in the council, you can have it in other locations, and you're having it virtually on Zoom. So there would be more of a, while the emergency is on, you could perhaps, although you could be challenged, you could perhaps set it up slightly different while the pandemic is still ongoing.
Okay, and then let me elaborate on that just a little bit further. Could any one of us, or to the mayor's point, instead of going to Seaside Lagoon, could he go to his own office at City Hall, where he is in his own private space, and be able to conduct it from on site at City Hall, but he is separated in a space of safety?
I haven't considered that, so give me a chance. I don't know how we're going to research that, because when the Eleanor or Vicky reached out to other cities, it was a resounding silence. And what I've seen is just basically they restate what the rules are. They have to comply with the Brown Act. They don't deal with any of the practical, matters that the clerk's office has brought to your attention. So I would have to, I'm very sympathetic to the mayor's the risk that it poses to the mayor. But before I say, yeah, that would work, I want to see if there's anything that would prohibit that.
Okay. I generally, I'm in support of this, but, just considering COVID and how conservative we've been, because my wife works with COVID patients and I live with an immunocompromised person, I'm just being super cautious and want to continue being super cautious for the time being.
Yeah, it might be a belt and suspenders where we still have our, the governor's order lapse, and then we modify it pursuant to the local emergency, and specifically allow the mayor to do that from his office within City Hall. So.
Yeah, thanks for that. I don't think I would count actually towards a quorum. So if I elected to do that, I think we'd still have two positions if council members were.
Right, but you'd still you still have to, you're participating. And so.
Oh, right. I was just talking about the count.
Yeah, we're okay. He was just coming up, I think Christian was just coming up with a way for you to do it where you wouldn't have to allow someone inside. And I think we can look at using the city declared emergency to give you a buffer that would still comply with the intent of the Brown Act.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And who knows, maybe he'll extend the order given what's going on. And can the county do such a thing, Mike, or do you know, can they extend the order themselves?
No, not the Brown Act, but they can have a separate state of emergency after the state emergency can end, and we could have still the county one in existence, just like we can have the city one in existence. And we have a city charter provision that says you have to have 3 in the council unless an emergency makes it unsafe to do so. And that's why I'm saying we can tinker on the edge, but the more we differ from the state, the more we run into a potential challenge from someone who thinks we all should be in the chamber.
Yeah, I'm sure we're not the only agency dealing with this. Like there's 482 other, well, it's more than that, right? There's all kinds of agencies having to deal with this.
And the other thing is, it will be important. There's a mask mandate indoors, but it's not illegal per se, except for the county health order, which our police department has not been enforcing. We've left that up to county health. And so it would be important to pass a city emergency order that separately makes it illegal if someone comes in and says, nope, I refuse to wear a mask, and they're in the council chambers with all of us, that would give the police department an actual effective tool that they could use.
Well, that's extremely important because Rolf Strutzenberg, who's on our school board, got COVID, and he thinks he could have gotten it at a school board meeting where some anti-maskers came in without their masks on and were, basically, I don't know if they were talking loudly, passionately in the room. And sure enough, Rolf gets it, takes it home, whole family gets it, and it was perfect timing related to when that all went down. So
yeah, and I don't know if Hermosa was dealing with it, and so we had looked at it before. And the best circumstance is when you come back, emergency order modified by the city manager that goes to you, that makes it illegal for someone to, as long as county health has that order out, come to a council meeting and not masked and refuse to leave.
right, you have the police there and you go, okay, we got this new ordinance and you got to leave or put on a mask.
Yep.
Okay, Councilmember Obaji.
I can't shut off my plaintiff's employment mind when hearing Bill's story, but I hear what he's saying as a request for accommodation, reasonable accommodation for a medical condition and or disability. In which case, I think the city has to engage in the interactive process with him to accommodate him while also reasonably accommodate him while meeting its Brown Act obligations. So that could be a little seat and lectern outside, or potentially sitting in his office while we're all out in the council chambers. And I'd support this.
I will say the employee doesn't trump the public's right. So we have to, work. HR has to work to reasonably accommodate them, but we can't do so in a way that violates the city's public's rights to participate in a meeting.
Right. That's why I was saying reasonably accommodate him in light of the Brown Act obligations. Right. So and then on the ordinance, I'd support this because I can see already that trials are starting in October. I don't know whether it's coincidence or just folks knew the emergency declaration was going to start, and I've got trials. I got a trial coming up in Palm Springs where I'm definitely going to have to be remote for the city council meeting. So I'd recommend this. What I'd say is just if you look at for speaker solutions, you look at Amazon, take a look at this portable speaker with a microphone built in. That's an easy way to set up $12 or $12.99 for the the pink one, $19.99 for the gold one, so that you can provide the Bluetooth, the speakerphone function in a socially distanced fashion, should you work remotely.
You can have it here by midnight?
There you go, right? Tomorrow for sure. All right, and then I was just gonna say, as for the options that Vicky posted, it seems like reading the proof of service or proof of posting on the record should be sufficient rather than having to actually do an affidavit. So I'd move to approve this with that selection for the publication.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second that, but don't we need to get some input, Vicky, on some of those questions?
Yes. Well, first of all, would it be prudent or appropriate to include it in the rules of conduct, whatever the decisions are tonight? Secondly, if there isn't a cost incurred, like you just mentioned, the speaker item or whatever, is it going to be paid by the city? It's going to be paid
bear your own, because you're obviously needing to move about for your own business.
And how do we set the priority? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
I've got some comments. I'll say something afterwards.
All right. And then, of course, this setting the priority on who is going to be the 2 members that can participate remotely.
Yeah, it's a first come, first served. How do you want to set that up? Do you just want to see if it becomes an issue? We may not ever have the situation where 3 of you want to participate remotely. And the other thing would be, you may want to consider the clerk's deadline, in terms of providing enough notice to her to get it on the agenda to make the D2 hours. They don't work on the off Fridays. So if the agenda is going out on Thursday, you may not remember that. And letting them know Thursday evening is not in any way going to work because the agenda came out theoretically at least Thursday, at noon.
I think probably we could just set that the city clerk has to be notified by, let's say, Thursday morning at 9 o'clock or Thursday at noon.
As to time or as to place, I guess. But people don't know their hotel room numbers, right, until they actually get to the location.
But yeah,
that address.
Yeah, I would say the problem is you have to agendize it, and maybe. Well, anyways, I'll leave it up to you all to work that out. But that's the practical thing that we don't want to be trying to sort out on the fly.
Okay, so the direction you need then, Vicky, is that, are we going to do this first come, first serve?
Right.
That we are in fact going to do this. And the third one?
Okay, the method of notification would be either by email or phone. I don't think it matters, but we do need all that information from you in advance so we can post it on the agenda, on the published agenda. So the timing, it appropriately.
Is Thursday 10 a.m. sufficient for you guys, or you need it earlier than that?
No, I think we can work with that.
All right, so maybe we should do it via email, that you got to email the clerk, because that way there are no errors as far as like over the phone, took down the wrong address or anything like that. And there's proof that it was conveyed by that time.
I will tell you about my personal experience in another municipality. When we did post in hotels, of course, you don't know the room you're going to be staying in advance. So that's where logistically you would arrange with the concierge to post in the front, and then as soon as the room number is available, that person can be sent up to that room. Otherwise, if you're not willing to do that, or that location, you need to make arrangement for the
conference room or lobby.
It might be the exactly, the conference room, not just the room.
Yeah.
So I need to name. We would need the name of the hotel, the address of the hotel, and of course, the information who's participating.
Okay. So
okay, my hand is up.
Can we? Go ahead, Councilmember Naranjo.
So I'm obviously in favor of the teleconferencing, and I do think we should be able to do this internationally. Some of us might have to be speaking German or Spanish, which would be kind of fun. unless you're the city clerk who has to translate. Allowing public speak, that's fine. We get a cell phone stipend. Anyone can use a cell phone stipend. And today, Councilmember Obaji, you said exactly what I just said, what I was thinking. We're just get a Bluetooth device, microphone, wireless, whatever, no big deal. I think the cost actually should come out of the mayor and council travel budget. I don't think it's going to be an exorbitant amount of money. If it's $100, I would rather have, due to liability, the council member not in their hotel room, but rather in a conference room if they're in a hotel, because I could see some potential issues with, hey, I was in the council member's hotel room and XYZ happened. So in a conference room would be better, and I would, or some sort of public place and coming out of the mayor council budget. I'm fine with that.
If it's available.
If it's available, right. If it's
There's
available.
no conference room, then yeah.
Yeah, I think the priority should go to medical issues first. Instead of if somebody's in the hospital, they could still be able to participate. And a week beforehand, so yeah, Thursday morning, email the city clerk and the mayor. Actually, I would also include the mayor because the mayor would need to know in terms of quorum, and if it's the mayor who's going to be gone, just they can email themselves. It doesn't really matter. But yeah, email the clerk and mayor so they can properly run the meeting. What Vicky said, location, hotel time, and yeah, include this in the rules of conduct. I believe that you asked too, Vicky, right?
Yes.
Okay. So those are my thoughts on the multiple issues. Oh, and the city should be able to provide a laptop if the council member needs a laptop or needs equipment. That should be as well given.
I don't see Matt Ruland here, but I do know that the city does have loaner laptops. I'm not sure what the status is or what the status would be of availability at that time, but we would make it. We would ask that the council member make those arrangements.
Right, separately.
Yeah, and how long in advance? That's one of the. I think Matt talked about it when I gave the legal presentation, and separately, and there he is, or Chris did. I think all the loaner laptops are out because of COVID, and they repurposed some old laptops, and they may need advance notice beyond the Thursday day, but I'll leave that up to Matt.
Yeah, we will need some notification because we are extremely low on laptops right now, as you know, with employees being home, and but we can come up with a laptop. We will find something for you.
Yeah, I don't think it's necessarily going to be a problem. Yeah.
When Matt, when would you need to know? Is Thursday at 10 the same notice?
Yeah, if we found out by Thursday at 10, we can provide you a laptop. By Thursday night, we'll find something for you.
Okay, so it would be, in addition to notifying the clerk and the mayor, if the council member wishes to have the laptop,
city manager. Notify the city manager, Mike. That's what I was thinking, because it's not the IT person, right? It's the city manager that would really.
Yeah, but I'm thinking that's fine.
Probably both, I would say.
Yeah, the problem is, let's say the city manager is on vacation, and then all of a sudden, I would do both just to make certain you, in fact, get a laptop before you leave to go on the your trip or work trip, whatever.
Right. I mean, that seems extremely cutting it short if you let someone know Thursday morning, but okay. For the hardware, but I don't think it's gonna be a problem. Zane, do we need to include that into your motion? So,
sure, I'll adopt all that. Or drop my motion and you can recite your motion.
Okay, so.
All that, Vicky?
I think I've got it. If you want to just consider that a friendly amendment.
Okay.
I think you've answered all the questions.
Okay, perfect.
Anything else, Nils?
No, that's it.
Do we discuss the priority of, let's say, 3 people email the clerk saying that they want to?
First come, first serve, I thought.
Well, but Nils modified that.
Yeah.
With medical
conditions, and I don't know that the clerk should be in the business of
adjudicating.
Yes.
You can just call up and go, I got a cold. I win.
Yeah.
That's I know I don't want to be in the business of adjudicating.
It's just going to be first come, first serve. Look, if you get sick and you can't make it, you miss the meeting. That's
I missed the meeting.
I strike that. Yep. There you go.
Okay, got it.
Hospital.
Or hopefully we have enough collegiality that the sick council member can call the non-sick ones and say, hey, can you go in so that I can appear?
We're getting in the weeds here. So is there any public comment?
No, there is not.
Okay, thank you. So there's a motion on the floor and a second. Motion by Councilmember Obaji, second by Councilmember Narenheim. See hands up. I'll just do a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Party aye, yes. Thank you.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji. And Councilmember.
Oh, that was an aye.
Okay. And Councilmember MD's aye. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vicki. We got that settled. God, I remember talking about this 10 years ago. P3, first reading of amendment to the uniform regulations for boards and commissions to add a municipal code provision allowing the removal of all city commissioners by majority vote of the city council and repealing 2-9.707. So this is, well, I don't know. It's pretty clear. We talked about this at length. Doesn't really show a name to it. Mike Webb, I guess, coordinated.
Yeah. I'm trying to download my PowerPoint. There are 22 slides.
22?
There are 0 slides. I don't have a PowerPoint. This is the direction you gave.
I didn't even see it.
I actually believed you. I was like, this can't be.
Well, it's good to know my deadpan is working. So we did what you said. This is the motion. It's for first introduction. We have no further report, but Ms. Martins and I are standing by if any questions are needed.
Okay. See here. I don't see any hands. Is there any public comment?
Actually, I'm just double checking to see if there's anything on this item that's P3. I don't think so. Oh, you just saw a comment from somebody about P2, but it's but no, there's nothing under this item for P3.
Okay, well, if he's still there to talk about P2, you should let him speak.
Actually, it's not a speaker. It's a e-comment submitted by Mark Nelson. He indicates, why can't the mayor have a reasonable accommodation under the federal ADA given his medical limitations?
No, I'm glad everybody's so concerned about me. I guess it could kill me.
Don't get concerned.
Should be dead already. Okay, Councilmember.
And there are no other comments on P3.
Thank you, Vicki. Councilmember Narenheim.
Yeah, I would just like to make a motion to adopt ordinance number 0-3221-21.
Second.
Okay.
Or to introduce, not adopt.
Oh, to introduce. Thank you.
First reading. Yeah.
All right. Okay, I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
No.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
I'm going to vote no because of my concerns before about the people will be discouraged from having opposing opinions, and just a simple majority would not be enough.
Okay.
I've got my hand up, Mayor Brand. I'm gonna say something.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll just say real quick, this is a perfect opportunity for council members, now that this is going to be law, to remove someone off of commission if they felt there was a financial interest in something being done financial improprieties. So now the fact that they're voting no on this shows that there's clearly no financial impropriety. So I just find the irony so thick. That's it.
Okay. Well, I find it perfectly reasonable that if we can appoint somebody, we should be able to remove them. And it seems like they're the only position in the entire city that has no accountability. I mean, any employee can be fired, any council member can be recalled, anybody can somehow be removed. And there's nothing on the books for any commissioner to be removed for any reason except moral turpitude, I guess. Anyway. Okay. Mayor and council items.
Before we move on, I do have to read the title of the ordinance.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, the city council introduced by title only ordinance number 3221-21, an ordinance of the city council of the city of Redondo Beach, California, adding section 2-9-10 municipal code title 2, chapter 9, article 1, and repeal section 2-9.707 of municipal code title 2, chapter 9, article 7.
Great. Thank you, Vicky. Mayor and council referrals to staff. Councilmember Naranjo.
Thank you, Mayor Brand. I actually do not have any referrals to staff. Thank you.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Oh, thank you.
Councilmember Horvath.
No, thank you.
Councilmember Obaji.
Oh man, you guys move quickly. All right. First, I'd like a BRR, please, on, I realize this isn't going to be for a very long time, but on getting lights, overhead lights hung up over Artesia Boulevard, over the restaurant nodes that are identified in the ACAP. Is that clear? I can identify the particular streets in an email. But basically, like, you know, Redondo Village, the Riviera Village looks great as placemaking. I realize we do the lights, it's not going to bring in new business, but if we do the lights and the parking requirement reduction, no, I think we're going to be in business on Artesia.
Councilmember Budge, can I add a little friendly amendment to that, BR?
Sure.
I didn't know we were doing budget response reports.
I know, so early.
And September.
We'll start early.
But Joe, how would, I mean, just say like a referral or bring back for a discussion, or can you figure that out pretty easily anyway?
Just an email, because then that requires the vote during the budget.
I mean, if there's a financial implication to this, it would be best to do it as part of mid-year when you're looking at that expenditure in light of everything else that you're dealing with. But if it's a pressing need,
No, it's not a pressing need.
Bring it back sooner.
No, mid-year is good. Next year is good.
When is the mid-year budget, Joe?
Or just send an email and they'll tell you.
Okay.
When's the mid-year budget, Joe? Roughly December, February?
No, that would be like February, March.
Okay.
End of February, early March.
Okay, thank you.
All right, and the last thing is I emailed about this, but I got absolutely no response. So I just wanted to raise it. I got people showing up in my community meeting that had never been there before to complain about new cut through traffic and people just driving very quickly. A guy who lives here on the corner of Harkness and I think this is Carnegie said he's almost been run over by cars that speed around, come down off Aviation, cut down on Harkness, go down this way to basically circumvent traffic on Aviation. I've had complaints on this block of the same thing, people just gunning down, even though it's already narrow and the like. And secondarily, I've also had complaints about cut through on Stanford and Ford, again, going very fast, not stopping at stop signs, so on and so forth. I've never seen traffic enforcement in North Redondo District 4. I would love to see that. So I don't know what I need to do to get at some point some, motor cop presence in these locations cracking down. But I'd love to do that.
I think you just made the request.
Just email me those slides and we'll send it over to the traffic group.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Keith. Okay.
I was trying to abide, by the way, by the city charter by not requesting you to do that, Chief. So I sent it to the city manager and Mr. Rodansky.
Yeah, it's a way to do it. Okay, it's the end of our meeting, folks. I think I'll take a cue from Councilmember Horvath that we adjourn in memory of the victims of 9/11 and any other associated harm done to others, people trying to clean it up. You're learning about a lot of people who suffered terrible illnesses from cleaning up afterwards, and the emergency responders afterwards, as well, of course, the terrible deaths that occurred on that day. So it's the 20th anniversary, so I'll entertain a motion to adjourn in honor of the victims of 9/11.
So moved.
Second.
Oh, are we going to close session?
No, it came on.
No, we canceled. That's right. Sorry.
Is there a meeting next week, Joe?
Closed session for sure. I don't know at this point whether there's open session.
Okay, so we got a closed session next week. So any objection to adjourning? Okay, we're adjourned. Good night, everybody.
Everybody.
Right at 11 o'clock. You're still there. It's so impressive.
Right.